The carriage rumbles and bounces. I'm not going to be able to do a French accent this whole time. I'm going to be real with you. Is this loud to anybody else? Is this loud to me? Let's turn it down in my headphones a bit. Well, I should probably also check this out. Okay, it's not loud to... Okay. Sound check is fine. Okay. I'll just turn it down in my headphones because it's a little loud to me. Okay. Cool. Alright. I'm not going to be able to do a French accent for this entire thing. Anyway, the carriage rumbles. I could do one of these. I could do a little bit of a British tilt, but I cannot do French the whole time. French is going to kill me. This French will drive me mad. But the carriage rumbles and bounces along the cobblestones as you approach Paris. It's taken you over a week to get here. Even carrying just yourself and your luggage. Your fiancé Armand arranged for the carriage to take you from your small village to a tavern he enjoys called the Orphan's Feast. There he'll meet up with you. You'll likely take dinner together, and then he'll show you your new home in Paris. For now, though, you've already finished all your books, and Armand's letter is your only entertainment, other than staring out the window. So, might as well take in the sights. Reading the letter one more time wouldn't hurt, or... Coachman, let's go, I don't have all day. Reading the letter one more time wouldn't hurt, as you must have read the brief letter over 100 times, but you've always found new details to puzzle over Armand's letters. Armand's letters were often extremely long, a habit you frequently tease him over in your own missives. Chère Yvette, I know it has been it may be sudden, but I want to invite you to live with me in Paris. Back in your provincial hometown. You were engaged to Armand before he moved north to Paris to participate in the estates general. He dreamed of changing the country, and this was the political event of the century. You mailed love letters soaked in perfume. He replied with volumes about how much he misses you. The romance of it all helped make up for the inconvenience. Not that your parents cared much about the romance. At first, you'd been afraid that they'd tell them their youngest daughter. You'd been afraid to tell them their youngest daughter wanted to move away. Instead, they nearly threw you into the carriage to follow Armand to Paris. While you understood the significant benefits your common family would receive from your marriage to a noble one, you couldn't help but be a little annoyed at their eagerness to see you off. I can't wait for you to see. I am turning very not French there. I can't wait for you to see. I'm turning very Russian, I think, at that one. I can't wait for you to see it. It's unlike anything back here. A truly vital place where anyone can be anything. Je t'embrasse. Armand, je t'embrasse. Armand. That was something you were looking forward to, a chance to be something more. After all, Baroness Yvette de Marbeau has a certain ring to it. Might as well take in the sights. You crane your neck out the window to peer at Paris. It's even more than you imagined. The streets are a riot of color and energy as people go about their days. Elegant persons of fashion strut about like brilliant peacocks. Students stumble under the weight of their books. Beggars alternate between pleading for alms and shouting incentives at passerbys, whatever that word means. Everything feels significant, like the world's next act hinges on all of their choices. Though part of you is worried by your unfamiliar surroundings, you most certainly feel excited. This place is to be the stage for your new life. Before you know it, the carriage starts slowing down. You must be here. Armand arranged to meet you at the tavern, at a tavern named the Orphans' Feast. As tired and rumpled as you are, you're glad that he planned to meet you in a place with ample food and wine. When you arrive, the coachman helps you out of your carriage, and you find yourself outside a glowing, friendly-looking tavern. The sign shows a grubby-looking child holding a plate piled high with fresh bread and roasted meats. I'm guessing this is the place? Inside, a woman polishing a lantern looks up at you as you enter. Her face breaks into a bright smile. Bonjour, madame, and welcome to the Orphans' Feast. Her eyes linger expectantly on the door for a moment before settling on you. You're suddenly reminded how rare it is for women to travel by themselves. How may I be of service? She asks. This is my first time here. Is there anything I should know to help me find my fiancé? Do not worry. Well, the rest of the city can be rather cutthroat. The Orphans' Feast is a relaxed place for getting your feet under you. The woman puts down the lantern she was polishing. She favors you with a devious smile. Find the guests worth talking to and try to say the right things to the right people. You'll never have time to talk to everyone, so try to use your time wisely. I'm sure if you ask around, you'll be able to find your fiancé in no time. When she puts it that way, it sounds so easy. Well, you only have one outfit? Okay. To your name at the moment, the Orphans' Feast doesn't feel like a particularly judgmental place in terms of fashion. Your credibility won't be shifted by what you're wearing here. As long as you explore the tavern and talk to people, you should be able to find Armand soon enough. Okay. Well, we've already talked to her. We have 2 turns remaining. So I guess we talk to this guy? While you search for Armand, a handsome young man approaches you. Perhaps he'll be able to help? Sure? You look around the unfamiliar tavern, trying to find Armand. Your eyes scan for his chestnut hair. Your ears strain to hear the sounds of his infectious laugh. Someone clears their throat behind you. You turn around to find yourself face to face with an unfamiliar young man. He's well dressed and handsome enough, but it's the middle of the day and he already smells like 2 bottles of wine. Pardonnez-moi, but I can never ignore the sight of a woman in need. You appear to be lost. May I escort you? His smile is broad and cocky. Well, we do need an escort. So I'm guessing, like, this choice will increase your peril by a small amount. I'm not sure what peril does, but I'm assuming it's bad. Credibility is probably good. I don't want to go with You're So Kind, Please Do, although that's probably the neutral choice. But I do want to go with, I do want him to know that I need help finding my fiance. Right? Just to let him know that I am already taken. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Can you help me find my fiance? Emphasis on the words. Fiance? Taken, sir. Oh, that is something I offered to help you do. The man grimaces and begrudgingly holds his arm out. You take it happily as he conducts you about the tavern, visiting all the places that you suspect Armand might be. A few patrons smirk at your clever ploy. He was hoping for an unaccompanied woman for the night. Instead, he got a woman who has been taken. However, after a few minutes of searching the tavern, it starts to become clear that Armand is nowhere to be found. Madame, I believe this is where we part ways. You heard your newfound guide gently pulling away from you. Oui, I think it is. Or what happened to being unable to refuse a woman in need? I don't want to do this. Because he's very obviously looking for little bit more, shall we say, than I am willing to give. I'm just looking for somebody to help me find my fiancé. He's very much looking for somebody to have a good time with. So we're going with oui, I think it is. Adieu. With a wave that's barely as polite as decorum requires, he departs to seek the affection of a different young woman. Which is more than fine. So, well, we only have one option left, so I guess we go over here. And now that you're more acclimated to the guests and the travelers of the Orphan's Feast, you should be able to find someone that can lead you to Armand. After hours of questioning and searching, it's late in the evening, and you've still yet to find Armand. You're not even sure why, but you feel exhausted. Oh, because travel is exhausting. Who knew talking to people was such hard work? Now that you're warmed up, this may be your chance to finally find out where Armand is. You approach a woman who you had spotted. Ugh, I can read today. Today is not a day to be dyslexic, I swear. Glancing your way. I am looking for my fiancé, Armand. Have you seen him? Pardon me, have you seen Baron de Marble? My name is Yvette. I am looking for someone. Could you help? She laughs nervously, shifting from foot to foot. She makes small talk for a brief moment before excusing herself and disappearing into the crowd. The room appears to be emptying out. A gentleman you remember seeing earlier walks by. He might prove a little more useful. Monsieur, a moment of your time. Have you seen my fiancé, Baron Marble? Could you help a woman in need? A moment of your time. He looks at you, glances over to the woman who you spoke with earlier, then quickens his pace as he walks by. The room is emptying out even faster now. You manage to get the attention of another woman. Excuse it. She doesn't even slow down before she leaves. After a third person gives you the cold shoulder, you start to wonder what happened. Are you really that out of place? Is it something about Armand? What's going on here? Still, you check around the orphan's feast one last time. There's no sign of Armand. Not even an open tab with the tavern keep. After waiting around for a few hours, you leave the orphan's feast, dragging your small mountain of luggage behind you. After all, the coach was only hired to take you to the tavern. Armand may not have been waiting for you like he said he would, but you memorized the address from all the times you wrote it on your letters to him. It's the middle of the night, but the street is still teeming with life. The light from the windows and the street lamps sparkle like stars. You're tired and your feet hurt, but still you can't help but smile. This is it. This is Paris. No matter what happens, you're still here. I don't know. I'm a little disturbed that my fiancé stood me up. Personally, I'm a little disturbed that my fiancé stood me up and that everybody in the party seems to be avoiding me. I'm starting to wonder exactly how faithful Monsieur Armand is. For a brief moment, you're not a country girl dragging luggage through the streets. You're the person you feel that you are when you close your eyes, alone. You're overseeing a grand salon surrounded by poets, musicians, scientists, philosophers, and artists. You're elegant, sophisticated, and respected. You're getting close to the address. Armand never described his living conditions much, but he's the son of a baron, and his family was always well-to-do, especially compared to yours. You've spent a lot of time in that carriage wondering about what the home you'd spend your life in. Still, you didn't expect this. Calling the house rustic would imply that you were out in the country, not in the center of the city. The neighborhood is nice enough, but you're worried that if you breathe too hard on the building, it'll fall over. A well-kept woman in the attire of a maid opens the door and approaches you. Bonjour! I assume you to be Madame Yvette. Madame Yvette. My name is Camille. Monsieur Armand told me to expect you. He told you to expect me, but he did not come pick me up. Merci, Camille. Please take me to Armand. Or is this where he lives? Oh, God, the rats in here ate him, didn't they? Merci, Camille. Please take me to Armand. I was hoping he was with you. Camille replies hesitantly. I haven't seen him in days. Uh-oh! Oh, that does not bode well. Thank you, Camille. Do you think he's all right? He has a lot of explaining to do. Well, I mean, if she hasn't seen him in days either, he does have a lot of explaining to do. But this changes it from he's got a lot of explaining to do to, wait, he hasn't been home in days either? I mean, I figured if he was cheating on me, he'd at least be bringing people home. So if his maid hasn't seen him in days, oh. Do you think he's all right? I'm sure he's fine, madame. Camille replies with a tone that doesn't fill you with confidence. Glancing around, Camille seems to notice your mountain of luggage for the first time. Mon Dieu, madame! Did you carry this all yourself? You must be exhausted. She's not wrong. You're not certain how you're still upright and awake right now. I've already made up your bed, madame. Please go inside and let me take care of this. You take your diary and leave the heavy lifting to Camille. The inside of the house isn't much better than the outside. Camille keeps the place tidy, but she can only do so much. Still, you don't care about that right now. You're just happy to have a roof over your head. You flop down on a nearby couch, open your diary, and start to write. You're tired, disappointed, and perhaps abandoned. But writing things down always helps you make sense of a situation. Not sure how I'm gonna make sense of this. I arrive in Paris and my fiancé seems to have vanished. This is bad. This is what we call bad. Very bad. Like, if something horrible has happened, like if he is dead or imprisoned or something like that, I am sunk. Like, I am done for, because we were never officially married. So that means everything here goes to his next of kin, not me. Regardless of what he wanted. 21 miles. Early the next morning, Camille approaches you, occasionally wringing her apron with her hands. She's obviously nervous. Madame, there's something you should know. Taking a deep breath, she continues. You're expected to attend a party day after tomorrow, held by one Viscountess, Mother Marcel de Force. I mean, Armand replied to the invitation, but you were to be his date. Oh! Splendid! A party! Yeah, why didn't you tell me sooner? Well, obviously there wasn't much time to tell me sooner. Things have been moving kind of quick. Like, I sort of, like, spilled into the house at, like, 3 in the morning, dead on my feet with a mound of luggage. I'd kind of like to know about my hostess. I'm sorry, madame, but a Viscountess, it just felt above my station, so I tried not to pay attention whenever she came up. Camille replied with a shrug. I know that she never visited the house. Monsieur Armand seemed to like her, but from what I could tell, she was a little... how do I put this? Judgmental? She was a little... very judgmental. I hope that helps, madame? Oh, good! So I'm going to the party of a very judgmental woman. Okay. Well, at least I have a party to go to, I guess? Ah, that's it! If you need anything washed or prepared, just ask. That reminds me, Camille exclaimed. If you are going to a party, you should probably make sure you are dressed appropriately. Fashion moves so quickly hear that the people retire outfits before they even wear out. That sounds wasteful, but okay. At this proclamation, you can't help but notice Camille's uniform has been repaired many, many times. Well, yeah, she's a servant. The upper class would go through fashion, but like lower to mid classes would not. Mid classes would probably patch over or like reuse different elements to look like they're changing their fashion, but don't. But lower classes just wouldn't even bother. Camille continues. Monsieur Armand is always going through clothes so quickly that he said that every outfit had a certain amount of novelty. Every time you wear them to a party, the novelty would go down a bit. In fact, even a little thing like wearing the same thing twice in a row could run the novelty out faster. Can you imagine? Fortunately, he knows the most delightful clothier in Rue de Faubourg Saint-Honore. She runs a shop called Le Petit Mongol. I'll draw you directions. Immediately, she starts sketching some directions, mostly just simple renderings of local landmarks. Le Petit Mongol is now available. Ooh. See, using the Paris accent is like blocking up my nose. It's very nasal. It's going to drive me mad. On the upside, though, great for the sinuses. Really clears them out. If you head out today, you should be well prepared for the party tonight. Tonight or tomorrow night? I guess tomorrow night. So I have a level of exhaustion. I don't know what that means or where that is, but okay. We're going to explore Paris. I guess we're going to a clothing shop. It's a long walk to Rue de Faubourg Saint-Honore. I am not going to be able to read that properly. I do not read French. But the trek to the narrow street is worth it. Every block hums with a vibrant... I told you, I cannot read things in the French accent, I tell you. I keep muting up to clear my nose because the French accent is just killing my nose. The old people accent makes me yawn, and the French accent just like kills my nose. See, there we go. The old people accent makes me yawn every time. Oh, uncontrollable. And the French accent makes me have to clear my nose, I tell you what. Every block hums with a vibrant energy, bursting with life. Porters and social climbers wind their way through the streets, festooned with brightly colored parcels. Paris may be a city swimming in fashion and finery, but this is the source. This street is the home to all the major fashion houses in the city, and to the Rose Bertin, personal dressmaker to the queen herself. So I'm guessing we have to work our way up to be able to shop at Rose Bertin's fashion house. And now you're here, back home. They sigh and dream. They sigh and, back home. They sigh and dream of places like this. Then quietly get back to their little lives. Not you. Your circumstances may be less than ideal, but you're here. Le Petit Mogul You mumble to yourself idly, trying to make sure you remember the name of the shop. Eventually, you find a small boutique tucked between some far gardener buildings. You open the door and walk into the tiny shop, which seems even smaller due to how full it is. This isn't just a boutique, it's a workshop for whoever works here. Rolls of gorgeous fabric cover every available surface. A cloying smoke hangs in the air. The scent is pleasant, but wholly unfamiliar. As soon as the door swings shut behind you, you hear a sudden rustling of fabric further in the store. A customer. Qadoul. A surprisingly young voice calls out. Bonjour, mesdames, and welcome to La Petite Marule. A woman, presumably the owner of the shop, calls out to you. How may I help you? I have a very important part. What is that smell? Let's start with this. Oh, that. She checks, her cheeks flush with embarrassment. That is a lucky incense. I light it on slow business days. Her next words are quiet mumble. My mother gave it to me. Now, how may I help you? All of this is kind of new. What can you tell me about outfits and fashion? At those words, she looks giddy to the point of bursting, but tries to play it off as a knowing smile. This deception's only half successful. Oh, I think I can help with that. That makes me think she's gonna, try and swindle me. Okay, so down here we get to see our next event. So this party is being held by the Crown. They like conservative gowns. Sometimes they like garçon ensembles. That's my next event. I thought my next event was something there. Okay, so we're looking for something that I think would be good with the Crown then, and would also be within my price range. The best we've got is this. It's neutral with the Crown, good with the church, good with the military. I can sell my provincial outfit for $75. I cannot sell my provincial outfit. Okay. So this is the only one that'll let me afford at the moment. Right? Because I can't purchase any of these. This is neutral with the Crown. So, I mean, at least it's neutral. It's the best we can hope for right now. Perfect. You awaken to the vision of sunlight flittering through the shutters, scattering sunbeams across this dusty bedroom. Takes a few minutes before you groggily remember the events that brought you here. You also remember that tonight you have a party to attend. Camille enters your bedroom, already full of cheer. Madame, would you like to start getting ready? If this ugh. If this is as important as the invitation makes it seem, I should start preparing now. Or not yet. I'd probably start preparing now.
Ah.
That is good to hear. The preparations always seem to take all day. On days where you have a party, you won't really have time to spend exploring Paris. Once you go to the wardrobe, we can get started. Sure. I've never really done anything like this. Is there anything I should know? Don't worry, madame. A glamorous woman like yourself is sure to catch on quickly. Okay, so go to the wardrobe. So this party is being held by the crown. Yeah, we know that. I honestly probably should have just stuck with that one, but alright. When your carriage drops you off at the party, you find yourself waiting in line for quite some time. Looking at the other guests, you wonder if you're underdressed or overdressed. It's honestly hard to tell. You look over yourself one last time and confirm that you're wearing your robe à la franchise to the party, being held by the crown. The guests have no strong feelings on your outfit, and your credibility has not changed much. With preparations like this, the results of tonight could be a toss-up. While you're determining your standing in the world of fashion, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor while in line. You make a mental note of this just in case. Piece of cheap crown gossip. This will be useful later. Unfortunately, you can feel exhaustion set in as soon as you think of the full itinerary ahead of you. Tonight's gonna be a long night. Being exhausted has given you a credibility penalty. Okay. Immediately upon entering the vestibule, you're greeted by a doorman holding a small ledger. While he isn't physically barring you entry, his manner certainly is. Name, madame? I mean, I shouldn't give him my husband's name, right? Because, like, I'm supposed to be his date, but, like, the invitation would be under his name. Like, the invitation isn't under my name, it's under his. But he did ask for the name.
Huh.
The doorman looks perplexed at you for a moment, flipping through. I do not see your name here, madame. I am Baron Armand de Beau's date. He could not attend. Ugh, that is unfortunate. The good Viscountess de Fox is so looking forward to seeing him tonight. Please convey our deepest regrets at his absence, our well wishes to his health. Is there anything else I can get you? Vivi, I shall make sure the Viscountess hears of it myself. You hear some rumors for the other guests in the vestibule. You hear some rumors from other guests in the vestibule that gratitude and enthusiasm seem to have made an impression on you. Though the doorman seems rather unimpressed. I've gained credibility. Before you can ask any other questions, he bows deeply to you. Pardon-moi, Madame Viscountess de Fox instructed me specifically to inform her as soon as you had arrived. We've heard much about you. Enjoy the party. So he let me in? Okay, I guess because this is a tutorial party, he let me in. This is the drunk guy we saw earlier. Okay, so I only have 2 conversations. Some guests are admiring a painting of the hostess. Apparently it was painted by someone of considerable skill. In fact, you might even be able to meet with such a person later. So I can either lose 10 credibility or gain up to 5. We can lose credibility with Elizabeth or gain some. And we can get 0 to 5 peril, I think is what that's saying. A pair of ladies are whispering amongst themselves about some rumor concerning the family of His Majesty King Louis. That information could be useful later. That could get me some cheap gossip. Won't get me any credibility, but could lose me some and could gain me peril. Ooh. A splendid hostess. A gentleman who just entered the room. Seems like he's been to quite a few of these sorts of events. Perhaps he can tell you more about the host of the party, the Viscountess Marcella de Fox. Could get me credibility, could also get me peril. Okay. The hostess wants to meet me, right? So we should probably learn a little bit about the hostess, right? Looking for someone to talk to, you approach an older man who seems to be standing by himself at the appraising room. He nods politely as you approach. Don't think I've seen you here before. How do you know our hostess, the Viscountess de Fox? Oh, Marcel, her family used to summer near mine in the house in the south. We're old friends. So this will gain me credibility. This choice either requires an easy credibility knowledge. That requires a credibility check. Okay. I've actually never met her before. What's she like? The Viscountess inherited her title a few years ago, and her father's vast fortune with it. She's currently unwed, though. A few suitors certainly appear to be trying to court her. The old man rapidly lists the hostess's qualities with the same tone that one might use to describe a horse they're trying to sell. However, with her current level of favor at court, any suitor would have to be influential indeed in order to attract her notice. She also happens to be rather particular about her appearance, and in all my years of knowing her, I have yet to see her forget anyone who has slighted her. Does that help clarify things at all? A moneyed woman of fashion who tolerates no fools. Interesting. That's probably the most polite way to say it. Exactly. Marcella has many qualities, but humility and forgiveness are not among them. Over your shoulder, you hear a voice call out. A brief glance reveals an elegant older woman, bedecked in jewelry, gesturing incessantly with her fan. Ah, pardonnez-moi, madame, duty calls. With a polite nod, he exits the conversation to mingle with the rest of the party. Okay. Yes, this is our next conversation, and I'm assuming it's with the hostess. A woman in a staggeringly pink dress is approaching you, carrying her pet dog. Judging by the way the other guests are looking at her, you can surmise that this is the Viscountess Marcella de Fox, the woman who invited you and Armand here. Yes, we're picking it. You nearly mistake the woman standing in front of you for some kind of walking confection. A pampered dog lounges in her arms. I don't believe we had the chance to properly introduce ourselves. I'm Viscountess Marcella de Fox. She's giving me Lottie vibes from Princess and the Frog. Her voice raises in volume, imperceptibly, but it's enough to draw the attention of a large crowd in the room. Everyone, this is Yvette Imam. This is Yvette, Armand's fiancée. A murmur of interest washes through the crowd, and you can feel their eyes on you. I'm so glad to see you. Armand, that ambitious little thing, has told me so much about you. In fact, I'd say that he's quite infatuated with you. A common girl like yourself. You're so lucky. Where is Armand, anyway? That's actually what I was hoping to find out. Do you know where I could find him? Or he's ill at the moment, but he insisted I attend the party. Oh, buddy. Do we tell everybody that he's out? Or do we cover for him? Oh no. Okay, so probably not a good thing for society to know that I'm hanging at the house as a single woman, right? Let's cover for him. Oh, really? He insisted? Marcel trills, her dog ears happily. That's so sweet of him. You've barely arrived from the country and he still wants you to meet all the people he's been so fortunate to associate with. It's very kind of you to represent him like this, and I'm sure he'll be well soon. Yay, credibility up, woo! I mean, I was hoping he'd show his face here, but, you'll do. I'll do. I guess it makes sense that you're here. Armand could never stop pestering his betters. I did not get to read the rest of that. I will get to read it in a second when it shows up on stream, though, hopefully. Appears that even when he's sick, did he do something? Yet you're here with a fresh set of nuisance. Does this ever end? Do you always bemoan every nuisance you send a handwritten letter invitation to? Why did you invite him here? Why, while those caravan nationalists in their dingy saloons like to hide behind their pamphlets and newsletters, people of quality must be brave enough to denounce their enemies in person. She pauses before speaking to you in a whisper, loud enough for the entire room to hear. Don't worry, I don't expect you to understand this. Okay. Your Armand is a conniving, treacherous opportunist who sullies the good name of the entire nobility by just being alive. The only reason he even chose a common girl like you to be his wife is because any lady of good breeding would see him for the weasel that he is. Marcella studies your face intently for a moment, and her voice suddenly fills with concern. Oh, you poor girl, don't look so hurt. Think of this as educational. You don't belong in Paris the same way that a stray cat doesn't belong in that dress. She gestures dismissively to your finery. Trying to look like us, act like us. Stop! You're just embarrassing yourself. Now, leave my estate and never show your face here again. Before you can reply, a valet grabs you roughly by the arm and drags you from the room. People like the Viscount de Follix don't need to do their own dirty work. They have servants for it. It takes far longer than you'd like to get outside, as the entryway is crowded with guests preparing to leave. You can feel their eyes weighing heavily on you. When you finally get to the door, you feel a brutish shove as you stumble out into the courtyard, barely keeping your balance in your heels. The area is equally crowded with various persons entering their personal carriages. You can hear somebody snicker. You have no idea who it was. There's only one thing left to do. Go home. This has been a night. I'll just leave. It's fine by me. My face was the only pretty thing in this gaudy house anyway. Boiling over with anger, you turn and rain insults upon the house, upon the host, even upon her dog. In fact, you consider throwing your shoe through one of their windows before you remember how much you like that shoe. It's then that you notice several carriages have stopped just to watch her display. Ooh, sorry, that was a bad choice. Scanning the faces of your new audience, you see glaring, unamused faces of your various party guests. Your views of Marcella and the crown in general have not gone unnoticed. The coachman and the valets on the other hands, think you're hilarious. You've lost some favor with members of the crown. You've gained some favors with members of the revolution. And you'll meet these people later. Okay? You nod to the more appreciative members of your audience before leaving towards your own carriage. When you arrive at the place where your carriage is parked, you quickly find out that it isn't gone. That it's gone. You check to make sure that you're at the right place, but to no avail. The carriage you hired is simply not there. He went home, a passing coachman says helpfully, while adjusting the harness on a particularly grumpy horse. Doorman came out about an hour ago and told him you wanted the coach to leave without you. Seemed real important, so we went home. Before you can even respond, he gets his carriage moving, leaving you alone with yet another indignity. Going back to Marcella is obviously unacceptable. It's too far to walk home, and most of the other guests have already left. However, there appear to be 3 other carriages waiting to leave, each of them quite different. Perhaps one of them will help. Humble carriage to the left, bold carriage in the middle, extravagant carriage. The carriage in front of you is obviously being used by a soldier of some sort. The driver is leaning intently towards the passenger compartment, waiting for orders. You recognize the insignia of the Queen's dragons on the side of the carriage. It feels noble and proud, but also capable. You consider the bold carriage for a moment. Is this who you'd like a ride home with? Let's examine the others. The carriage to your right is richly decorated yet somber. Swags of black crepe hanging from the roof. the carriage leaving only glimmers of gold underneath. The decidedly feminine bent of the decoration indicates that the occupant is a woman, but all of black suggests that she's in mourning. Oh. Carriage to the left of you is a foreign design and features a gilded crest that's only an ornamentation. This crest is emblazoned with a motto in Latin and appears to belong to a priest of some description. The curtains are drawn, but someone appears to have lit a lantern inside. Judging by the occupant's silhouette, looks like he's reading. Okay. So we have a priest, a soldier, and a widow. We need to get a ride home with someone. Do we get a ride home with the priest, the soldier, or the widow? Probably not the soldier. The crown is not happy with me right now. Although we could use a boost with the crown. The widow seems like she's quite wealthy. We could really probably use a bit of a boost with the upper class at the moment. The carriage to your right, yeah, okay. You settle on your decision and set out, ready to entrust your fortune to a mysterious stranger. The coachman pays you no heed as you approach the stupendously decorated carriage. Normally, you find yourself to be quite fearless in social situations, but something about this whole scenario gives you pause. Should you knock on the door? Call out? You've heard that all courtiers in Versailles grow out the one of their fingernails so they can scratch on the door. Is it considered less disruptive? Locked in this cycle of indecision as you curse the fact that you cut your nails this morning. What seems to be troubling you, madame? Calls out a voice from inside the carriage. My fiancé is lost. Our host denounced me and my carriage is gone. Can you help? She is a widow, right? So my fiancé is lost. Would probably play on her sympathies. How tragic, replies the voice with a trace of amusement. What kind of person would I be if I didn't take pity on such a helpless soul? You've gained favor with Madame Geisel. Renee, the door, please. With that, Renee, the coachman, hops down from his box and opens the door for you. He wears the same colorful livery of most servants, but it's adorned with a black bench on his breast. You squint to peer at the woman inside, but to no avail. Between the slags of black crepe obscuring the windows, the lack of lanterns within the carriage, the entire inside is shrouded in gloom. A delicate, pale hand reaches out from the darkness to you. You take her hand and step inside. After a few seconds, your eyes adjust to the shadows and you see the woman in front of you. She's older than yourself, but still younger than you'd expect. Dressed in a luxurious mourning clothes, she reclines easily in her seat, clutching a fine glass filled with water. My name is Honorée. What shall I call you, madame? Yvette de la. Yvette Delas. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yvette Delas. Shall we be off? She knocks delicately on the roof of her compartment with a clean crack of the coachman's whip. The carriage makes way towards Paris. While I saw you a few times during the party tonight, and I know that you are new to Paris, we never had a chance to properly introduce ourselves, however. I did manage to hear about your most unfortunate run-in with our host. Why were they so dreadfully cruel to you? Apparently they're enemies with my lost fiancé and wanted to snub him by berating me. Henri, don't speak for Henri doesn't speak for a while, instead choosing to stare into her glass of water with an expression of surprise and disgust. How vile, she replies, to find a person who has been beset by such great misfortune and then mistreat them so, just to posture among one's cohorts. That is truly despicable. You must be quite strong to endure such dreadful treatment. Ah, she likes me. You have gained a little favor with Madame Geisel. She examines you intently, then sips her water. I assume you are already planning your revenge, no? I know I would be. After a long silence, Honoré leans over to the window and looks out through one of the few spots not obscured by black crape. Now, I am sure you already know just how dangerous it is to accept rides from strangers. We could be going anywhere right now, and you wouldn't even know it. You are slightly uncomfortable, probably because she's making a good point. You would stop to wonder if you'd be any good at leaping from the moving carriage. Honoré interrupts your train of thought. But of course, the best way to fix that is by not being strangers. Ask me some questions so you may properly judge my character. Please, indulge me. What would you like to know? I mean, I kind of want to go with how long have you been mourning, but that also seems like how'd your husband die? And that kind of seems rude. Not sure we want to start with how'd your husband die. How do you know our host? Would you believe that I don't? Not really, at least. She chuckles into her glass before taking a leisurely sip. Now that I know what they did to you, I have no intention of getting to know that conniving wretch after all. Until a few years ago, I was actually quite the homebody. My husband's textile mills made more than enough money for me to live a life of leisure, which he was very happy to let me do, though I'm sure he was frustrated by my unwillingness to attend all the big parties his clients would throw. Crowds don't really suit me, you see. I prefer more intimate gatherings. Oh, girlie, same. However, when Charles passed, I kept getting invitations. He had so many friends. I hated the idea of letting him down more than the idea of being in a room with people I didn't care about. So I started going. Listen to me. That was certainly more than you asked for. Now, what about you? What made you want to come to Paris? I came here because I'll do anything for love. Ah, you left everything behind and traveled this far away all for love. And runs her hands along the satin cushion. that she's sitting on. I like that. You've gained some favor. You're ruled by your passion. Such things aren't in vogue at this age of reason. But I like it. But I feel like I feel like if one is going to be controlled by anything, it should be love. Perhaps I am getting ahead of myself, but I imagine the next question you'll ask me is how long I have been in mourning for. No? She's not wrong. She sighs. It is a reasonable question, though not one I like answering. You see, as of last week, it has been 2.5 years. You maintain a neutral expression, but you can't help but dwell on the fact that 2.5 years is far longer than any prescribed period of mourning. You've heard of widows wearing a black weeper on their gowns for a few months, longer than most, but this is something else entirely. She loved him. I get it. You're very polite. Most, when they hear that, take it upon themselves to chide me for my breach of decency. What do you think? Is 2.5 years too long to mourn for lost love? No? Sorry. I'm good. Broke me for a second there. Thinking of my mom and my dad. We lost my dad in '06, and my mom still hasn't gotten over him or anything, so no, it's not too long. If he was the one, he was the one. Mourning has a set length for a reason, life is long. There's something romantic about casting aside decency for the sake of grief. That's probably the safest answer for her. I mean, like, you don't have to get over him. You don't. And you're never going to get over him, and that's fine. It's fine if you don't want to get over him. Just be who you are. I think so too, Honorade replies, her lips twisting up into a devilish smile. How can we say that we love someone if we're not willing to defy the rules of decency to do it? If I've gained some favor with her. We yearn for a beloved that would do anything for us and us for them. Yet the moment we see a pair of lovers actually behaving this way, we tell them that they are sick or wicked. I am glad you haven't fallen for that little trap yourself. The journey to your home in Paris lasts for a long time, but it doesn't feel that way. Honorade plays the part of the hostess wonderfully, always managing to guide the conversation in a satisfying direction. Unlike so many others of persons you've met in Paris, she seems completely uninterested in the polite small talk, focusing instead on more interesting stuff. So she's an introvert. She's very much an introvert. Doesn't like big crowds, prefers deep conversation. She's an introvert. Love and loss, passion and transgression. You barely notice it when the carriage arrives at your home. Without interrupting you, Honorade signals to René. The coachman silently hops from his box at the head of the carriage and opens the door for you. Honorade offers her hands to help you up as you get out of your seat. When you take her hand, you find yourself looking into her eyes. Yvette, may I ask you to do something for me? Of course. When I introduced myself earlier, you told me I told you you could call me Alraid. Now that I have spoken with you a little more, I've had a change of heart. I would prefer if you called me Madame Gazelle when you address me. Would you be comfortable with that? Of course. Yes? Marvelous. She helps you down from the carriage and into the street in front of your house. Hopefully we shall meet again soon. Bon adieu, Yvette. She says to you before you return, before Renee closes the carriage door. Soon, with a crack of his whip overhead, the coachman spurns the horses into action, and the carriage winds through the streets and disappears into the night. Ooh, she likes me. You turn to your home to see that Camille is already there holding the door open for you. Who was that? She asks. A wealthy widow with a fondness for helping strangers. She's kind in her own way. Very intriguing woman, one that I am hoping to see more of. Your mind brimming with new possibilities, you step inside and head upstairs. Slowly, you get undressed and open your journal and record exactly what transpired tonight. Thank you. Alright. The Queen was recently seen locked in something. New diamond necklace. Is it a sign of royal blank or unnecessary excess? Okay. My credibility went down 10 points. I lost 2 Elizabeth favor, but I went up 10 Honorade favor, so we're good there, I guess? And I gained some cheap gossip. Establishing oneself. You awaken the next morning in a bed that still feels unfamiliar. In the process of waking up, you start to recall last night's humiliation and wish that they were merely the product of your fitful dreams. Unable to go back to sleep, you spend some time tossing and turning before finally sitting up. Nothing is going to make last night go away. The only option is deciding what to do next. You feel exhausted, not physically, but in your very soul. Like your fate in Paris. Like your fate in Paris has only been decided. And that remains. And that to remain here would be pointless. It would just be humiliations of last night over and over again. However, stronger than exhaustion is the simmering rage you feel at the outrageousness of your circumstances, at the injustice of your treatment, at the thought of going back to your tiny village after finally making it here to Paris. No, you must not go back. You cannot go back. Not while a single candle of your ambition still burns. Camille pops into your room, already dressed and ready for the day. Bonjour, madame, she beams. It looks like you had quite an active night. Is there anything I can get for you? Find a spare pillow and smother me. I'm not sure. Do you know how to make a murder look like an accident? some kind of refreshment, please? Certainly, madame. What can I get you? Camille asks. Tea. I need to keep my wits about me if I'm going to regain people's trust. Tea. I'm a tea person. I don't really do a whole lot of alcohol. Camille returns so quickly with the tea that you're certain she made it ahead of time. It's piping hot, fragrant, and not too bitter. You drink the brew in silence, the gears of your mind slowly getting up to speed. The tiredness fades away. Your anger does not. Yeah. Ooh, I'm at exhaustion level 2. That's not great. So, tea does have caffeine in it. My mind just like drew a blank for like a quick second. So tea does have caffeine in it. I've gained a little credibility though, so that's great. You take a few moments to finish your drink in silence and collect your thoughts. Tea also can do some good things for like your health and all that, if you know herbology. I don't. Something that keeps coming to your mind is all the gossip you heard during your time at the party. Most of it was idle prattle, but some of it felt scandalous and valuable. Without an inheritance or a job, you'll need a way to make some money. Maybe someone will be willing to buy this gossip. Is that a thing people do? Camille taps her chin thoughtfully. Well, when I was at Il Assis the other day, someone mentioned something about a newspaper with these amazing society pages. I think it was called Le Pompadour des People. So I'm going to start selling tabloid gossips. All right. They'd have to get their stories from somewhere. Why not you? In fact, I bet you'd be great at that, madame. I've gone from baroness to be a gossip monger. Great. Merci, Camille. With that, you begin your day. So, let's go explore Paris. Let's go, I guess. We're gonna sell the gossip. You walk through the city, following Camille's directions. Eventually, you find yourself threading through narrower streets. The alleys packed with refuse and the occasional vagrant nipping at the shade feel almost oppressive in their closeness. Suddenly, the alleys open up to a wider street near a square. You can hear the splashing of a fountain nearby. You finally find the sign for Le Trompeteur des People. The paint appears to be fresh, but the office seems awfully small. The door is locked, so you give it a knock. Nobody answers. Looking around, you find a hastily written note lodged on the doorframe. It reads, "Office temporarily closed. Engaged in emergency fundraising efforts. We apologize for the inconvenience of management. P.S. Fear not, this setback, the light of journalism shall never fade." It's at that moment you realize the splashing in the fountain is getting louder, accompanied by some of the most inventive profanity you've ever heard. Against your better judgment, you decide to investigate. Ah! A ready voice shouts triumphantly. You've come upon a man in a grubby finery, up to his knee in the fountain. His shoes have carefully been placed at the water's edge. He does a little jig as he drops a wet coin into his snuff box, which is clutched tightly in his other hand. Noticing your presence, the man in the fountain turns to you with a nod and a smile as he attempts to be ingratiating. Bonjour, madame! Are you Pierre, the esteemed editor? Best not insult him immediately, right? His smile broadens as the man bows. His manner suddenly as elegant as the finest courtiers of Vestia. Why, in fact, I am bon dame. My name is Pierre Rendezvous. How may I be of service? If I wanted to sell some gossip, how would that work? A devious smile crosses his face. New to this, are you? Don't worry, it's much easier than you think. Alright. Okay, so the queen was recently seen bedecked in a spectacular new diamond necklace. It's a sign of royal power or unnecessary excess. So we sell it. It's only worth 30 lira. I'm assuming it's lira. Yes. Okay. We can also peddle nonsense. That's fun. You wake up the next morning. A polite knock on your bedroom doorframe. Camille enters, carrying a small arm-loaded letter. Madame? Camille starts, both confused and hesitant. There's a lot of letters for you here. Are they for me or for Armand? They're for you, madame. Every single one. Why would anyone invite me to a party? Well, madame, you are a little famous right now, Camille replies. Everyone's heard about your run-in with that dreadful party host a few days ago. How they preyed upon your honor and spirited you away in your carriage and spirited away your carriage driver, leaving you trapped and alone. You don't think that's exactly how it happened, but decide against fretting over the details. Camille starts to talk faster and faster. Then, when all was lost, you were saved by a beautiful stranger who escorted you home in the moonlight night. It's so romantic, no? Oh, the rumors are already running rampant. Oh, the rumors are already running rampant. Why, just in the market the other day, I heard someone say that you were taking a liking to... Camille stops to stare into space and blushes. Actually, never mind that. Never mind what? It's just rumors from the marketplace, madame. Nothing you should dignify. Are they saying that I'm starting an affair with the lady that... I'm not starting an affair with the lady that... No. In any case, this is your chance to meet people in this city whom don't hate you. Or Monsieur Armand. You've received many party invitations. You can now receive party invitations from all over Paris. In fact, I'm sure that anyone who really judges you fairly is going to love you. That's all well and good, but how does any of this work? Don't worry, madame, it's quite simple. That's not... I'm not playing a demo. Thank you. Oh! This launched from Steam. I'm sorry. Hang on. Whoopsies. This one launched from Steam. Whoopsies. If it launched from Steam, then that's the demo. If it launched from Heroic, that's not the demo. Whoopsies. Whoopsies. We might have to go through it all again, but we might not. We'll see. Why is it all weird? Hang on. Oh, it's in windowed, not full screen. That's why it's all weird. Thank you. Alright. Hang on. We'll just skip the tutorials and we'll just run through this real quick. Why did I get credibility down? Okay. Weird.
Huh.
Okay.
Huh.
Okay.
Huh.
There we go. Continue. We'll just skip right through all this. Okay. So... This is held by the crown. We can get a better dress. Probably best to get the cheaper one though. This time. Okay. Right, I am going to the party. We are going to select the outfit, go to the party. We gained a cheap piece of gossip. I said my name was Yvette. Okay, I got credibility up for that. Thank you. Now we'll probably have some different conversations to pick here. Okay, but yeah, this is the same guy who can tell me a bit about the hostess, so we'll pick this conversation. There we go. She'll get the chance to humiliate me.
Ah. Uh-huh.
Well, actually, you know what? Since we're here and since we're redoing this, let's make a quick change. Actually, I was hoping to find out. Do you know where I could find him? Marcellus stares at you, concerned and shocked. You don't know where he is, and yet you still came to this little event of mine. She gestures a free hand at the most splendid party you've ever seen in your life. That's so kind of you. Of course I'll help. After all, you've already helped me. Armand, that little ambitious rat, was always reaching above his station, always asking for people to listen to ideas nobody should even dare to entertain. His audacity truly knows no bounds. Her eyes are focused on you, but she's speaking to the crowd, who seem to whisper in agreement. Even the dog regards you with malice. Oh boy. Now, not only do I find out that he's a coward who's fled his fiancée and the consequences of his gal, but now I have this commoner who doesn't know her place either. Why did you invite him here? Why? One of those cavern nationalists, their dignity saloon in their dingy saloons, like to hide behind their pamphlets and newsletters. People of quality must be brave and denounce enemies in person. Yeah, so this is the same as before. While she's just insulting me. I do end up with 2 credibility in the end, though. Nope, there she is. Alright. So, I'm just going to leave the estate with my dignity intact, choosing to take the high road. You straighten your posture and hold your head high, striding towards your carriage as if your intention to leave like this all along. While you make a great effort to haughtily avoid eye contact with all those watching you, you can tell some of them are quite surprised by your decorum in this dire situation. There we go. Credibility's back up. Alright, we're going to go with the extravagant coach. And Madame Gazelle. Madame Gazelle likes me. I'm not gonna go right into how long have you been in mourning. I came here for love. I don't want to go too fast because I accidentally click on the wrong thing when I do that. Alright. May I ask you to do something for me? What? Yes, Madame Geisel. Madame likes me. I will change it because I think apparently that's starting a romantic thing with her, so I don't want to do that. A wealthy widow with a fondness for helping strangers. She's kind in her own way. Yep. Alright. Let's go. Sell us some gossip. Tea. Thank you, Camille. We gonna go sell some gossip. Alright. No tutorial. Thank you. And we'll just sell it. So, this cheap crown gossip for free. No. Okay. So we're gonna sell the gossip. Okay, so pedal influence. Oh, okay. Not pedal nonsense, pedal influence. Okay. So there we go. And then we go home. And then... Why would anyone invite me to a party? Never mind. What? Rumors from the marketplace, madame. And nothing you should dignify. In any case, it's your chance to meet people. Okay. So, it's all well and good, but how does any of this work? So, there we go. That's what we were looking for. Request the attendance. So, Monsieur Marionette requests the attendance of Madame Yvette Durox to his choir recital on 26 Mars 1789. This intimate party is sure to be the very height of cheerful gaiety. Attending this party will gain you a level of exhaustion. Accepting today will award you 5 credibility. Ignoring the invitation will cost you 5 credibility. You will receive church gossip. You've been invited to several parties. Camille will show you the new invitations as you receive them. Choose accept or decline to decide which parties you'll attend, or close to skip and choose later parties. Take up your whole day, or close and choose later parties. Take up your whole day, but you can find gossip and advanced stories there. Alright, so we want to accept this one. Alright. So, Madame Revellion requests the attendance of myself to her wine tasting on Mars 29. The intimate party is sure to be the very height of merriment. Attending this party will gain you a level of exhaustion. I kind of wish I could see the calendar under it. So I think we have one on the 26th, one on the 29th. I guess it's over here, right? We have choir recital on the 26th. We have a wine tasting on the 29th. I guess there's an opera gala on the 4th. We don't know when the pastry thing is. And it looks like there's a military ball coming up as well. Sure. Ooh, okay. So, we have a choose one, it looks like, at this point. Because these are both on April 3rd. at the same time. So, we can receive crown gossip or revolutionary gossip. Request the attendance of the fascinating Madame Yvette. So, the Duc de Harcourt or the Madame Barry. The Duke wants me to go to the opera gala, or the Madame Belly wishes me to go to her poetry salon. It's an intimate party on either side. An elevation with the purest form of effervescent celebration, or a most spectacular display of generous amusement. Okay. So... knowing what I know about French history, it's probably more lucrative to get crown gossip than revolution gossip. Right? But we're going to have to accept one and ignore the other. Oh boy. Eeny, meeny, chilly, beanie. I don't know which one to do. I guess we're gonna have to pick this one. Okay. That one it is. And we will be going to a military ball where we will receive military gossip. All right then. You can select an invitation on the calendar to see more details about deciding to attend a party. So our next party is going to be on the 26th. Okay. We have 2 days. I'd rather sell the big fancy dress if we can, and just wear my regular outfit today. Okay. And I guess we go explore Paris. The perils of journalism, or the maid and the anchor. There are 2 incidents to go to today. Ooh. So... the maid and the archer, or the perils of journalism? Ooh, eeny, meeny, chilly, beanie. Walking near the market, you come across your own maid of all works, who seems to be in a bit of trouble. Yes, please. Pierre, your erstwhile employer, works in a field where one makes quite a few enemies. You just didn't expect it to catch up with him. I don't care about him. What's going on? You spend the day walking through the city, exploring the neighborhood near a marketplace. The air is pungent, a rush of scents from crisp vegetables and fruits to the less than fresh fish. Your ears suddenly perk up at the sound of a familiar voice. You start slipping through the crowd in its direction. You stumble upon Camille, her arms full with a basket of the day's groceries. However, she's been stopped by a watchman in a gaunt royal. Of the Gaunt Royal, one of the infamous archers. He's berating Camille in the middle of the street. "Where'd you get those?" he demands, gesturing to all of her groceries. "Yeah, but monsieur, you saw me buy these. I got some over there," she says, pointing in the directions of a market stall. "I saw no such thing," he says, blistering at the suggestion that he could have been paying attention to his surroundings. "Where's your receipt?" Camille's eyes dart from side to side, and she turns her feet away from him. Something about this line of questioning is making her very uncomfortable. I never get receipts, monsieur." "What? That's ridiculous! Why not?" "But I don't... I can't." Camille starts and stops, looking ashamed at the ground. She can't read. She can't read. "You're gonna have to give me a very good reason not to haul you away," he growls, and one of his hands extends out low with his palm up. "Ah, so that's what this is about. Monsieur! Monsieur, a man has stolen my purse! Come, quickly! Go get him! Go get him!" The watchman stares at you, absolutely startled, as you suddenly interpose between him and Camille. "What? You've been robbed?" "Which way did he go? We don't allow criminals here. Not on my watch." Suppressing the powerful reflex to comment on the irony of that statement, you point him in a random direction to sell the illusion. You provide a believable yet suitably vague description of your imaginary assailant. Musket at the ready, the watchman runs off into the crowd, yelling after an imaginary cut purse. The moment you lose sight of him, the two of you start hurrying away. "Ah, madame, that was amazing," she gushes. "Normally I remember to bribe the authorities, but something came over me and I forgot." "Bribe?" "Why do we bribe the authorities?" You spend the rest of the day escorting Camille about on her daily errands. It takes a few minutes for her to completely feel comfortable again. But it comes eventually. Why are we bribing authorities? Why are we bribing authorities? The next morning you wake up from a long night's rest feeling pretty much the same as you did last night. Now that you think about it, you've been feeling tired since that horrible party a few nights ago. Camille enters the room carrying breakfast. "Bonjour, madame. You look unwell." "I do feel unwell." Well, don't worry. This sort of thing used to happen to Monsieur Armand all the time. He would attend all these parties, then forget that sometimes he needed to rest. Armand was always the sort of person who'd burn the candles at both ends. In fact, you were both often guilty of this, which is one of the reasons the two of you got along so well together. The more parties he attended, the more exhausted he was, which made things harder and harder for him. Remember, madame, instead of spending the day outside, you can always rest at home for a day to recover your strength. There's nothing wrong with taking a break every now and then. Home is now available on the Paris map. Do you think you'll be staying in tonight, madame? I think I have things to do today, because I think we have a party tomorrow. If you insist, madame, Camille replies with some hesitance. But you brush it off and continue your day. Let's take a look. Yeah, I have a party tomorrow, so we have to get ready for that. I think it's with the church. Uh, okay, I guess we're just going to the party. Because as soon as I leave shop, everything ends. Well, that wasn't my plan, but here we go. As your carriage arrives near the party, you consider taking one last moment to assess your preparations. Unfortunately, you can feel the exhaustion set in as soon as you look past the door towards the enormous crowd of party guests. Tonight's going to be a long night. Guests approve, so credibility's up because the guests will approve of my outfit. Positive affair. Alright, you step down out of your carriage and hear the ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to any social event. These days, there's a small line in the entryway of the cathedral as the guests are waiting to get in. While you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor. You make a mental note of it just in case. You've gained a cheap piece of church gossip.
Huh.
A servant checks your invitation and everything seems to be in order. Yeah. We have to give a host gift. So yes, she gratefully takes the gift from you and sets it aside as you enter the party. You can hear the whispers of other guests noting your generosity. You have to give a gift to the host. Now, the games begin. Alright. So, you're approached by a woman who's playing a most unusual game with the host. This strange game must be conducted in secret, but is also uniquely suited to your sort of talents. Ooh, we can get some shocking gossip. And we could earn some money. Okay. We can get a lot of gossip out of this party. A jilted gentleman has sought out your company and has quite the grudge to settle. However, firmly held grudges often lead to loose tongues. Your presence hasn't gone unnoticed by those who consider themselves extremely pious. For some unbelievable reason, they doubt the honesty of your intentions here. This might be an ideal chance for you to turn such attacks around on them. Two men have sequestered themselves in a chapel to discuss a set of rumors so dire that they fear to speak of them aloud. While together they are resolute, they may prove easy to tempt when separated. Ooh. stuff we could get out of that. I think we're gonna go with this one. Well, actually, this gets the most gossip, right? These two would get us the most gossip. Right? Cheap gossip, shocking gossip, outrageous gossip. Right? But this has a chance to get us cheap gossip, shocking gossip, outrageous gossip, also cheap military gossip, also shocking military gossip, and outrageous military gossip. I'm guessing if we separate these two, we can get something from both sides. Let's go with this guy. Between the clusters at the party, you notice an older, distinguished man. He's standing by himself, but swaying quite a bit, which is very good. After all, a drunkard and their secrets are easily parted. You immediately head over. Ah! Bonjour, Madame Delacroix. I'm glad to be in your infamous presence. In fact, it's most fitting that you're here with me. After all, you and I are not so different. We're both innocent people who have been spurned for reasons that we do not control. He slurs between sips of wine. Lowering his voice to stage a whisper, he confides to you. Also, between you and I've always thought Marcella was a spiteful and gaudy woman. Don't tell nobody. Damn it all, where was I? Yeah, my family has always been loyal and Catholic. In fact, my great-grandfather fought beside his Emerson's Cardinal Richelieu at La Rochelle. When my wife fell terribly ill last year, I donated much of our fortune so that the priests might pray for her health. But, get this, despite my generosity and their prayers, she died all the same. It was some consolation to find out that our community's donations would be used to fund the construction of a new chapel a few blocks from here. Then, yesterday, I went to that very chapel and found my wife's name absent from the list of dedications. I've lobbied the bishop repeatedly about his justice, but he claims he'd be too busy at the moment and has no time. It's an outrage of the worst sort, I'm telling you. Which is why I'm here, drunk and concocting a way to correct this dishonor. Don't know, I'm just gonna do something. Can you tell I don't spend much time around drunk people? If you wish to feel better, telling me about their failings might bring you Why don't you just open up and tell me everything? tailings, you say? Something like rumors? He asks aloud, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Oh, that's a fantastic idea! I don't just think. Correct. Yeah, the conversation continues a while longer, and you attempt to ply him with more wine, but it doesn't feel like you'll get anything beyond what you've just learned. Your conversation slowly loses energy, and the two of you go your separate ways. The widower stumbles away from you. So I only got cheap gossip out of that because I went the credible route. Maybe if I'd gone the perilous route, I might have gotten the more expensive gossip, but I don't know. The widower stumbles away from you, his path winding back and forth like a lazy river. You search around the rest of the party to see if there's anyone else you can talk to before the event finishes up. Okay, what do we got? There's a woman here who looks much like you. Huh. Interesting. The two men are back. I'm really interested in that. Also kind of interested in the woman that looks a lot like me. Chances for gossip over here? Find yourself speaking with a woman who could tell you of some gossip concerning the church. All you have to do is deflect the tiresome bullivating of a particularly boastful church patron. I am interested in these two, but it might be hard to separate them. What do you think? Eeny, meeny, chilly, beany. Which one do we want to do? One of these is kind of expensive. One of these might be better for me in the long run. We'll go with this one. Might be better in the long run. Your latest conversation is taking place in a rather gaudy chapel. Separated from the rest of the guests, bathed in the light of a few votive candles. You're speaking with a woman who apparently knows quite a bit about the party's host. Any gossip you manage to obtain from her would certainly concern the church. Even if it's on the cheaper side, it's still valuable. Suddenly a man approaches the two of you, speaking at a jarringly loud volume. Good afternoon, madams. I see you two fine ladies are enjoying the chapel that I donated funds for. Quite a lovely piece of architecture, isn't it? I've often felt that piety is best expressed with marble and gilt. Well, that's quite generous of you, she replies, taken aback by his sudden appearance in your conversation. Swollen with pride, you see him inhaling, preparing for what will be a flood of words. Ah, you're in luck. My friend was telling a story you'd love to hear. Really? You think he'd enjoy this? Oh, by all means, madame. He nods. He nods his head to the woman, almost puzzled at the idea that someone else could contribute something to a conversation. Oh, merci. She nods to you. You see, I was just getting to the best part. Cheap church gossip. With your valuable information obtained, you sit back and allow this interloper to flood the both of you with a deluge of his irrelevant stories about how important he is to the local parish. Clearly, he was never told that humility was a virtue, or that silence was golden. However, you quickly realize that there's no end to his self-aggrandizements, so sensing the first opening in his words, you leave as fast as your feet can carry you. Okay. So, we need to go sell our stuff today. I have 2 days until a party, right? When is this wine tasting? Okay, so for guys, I don't know if my... Yeah, we're gonna have to go shopping. Okay. Alright, look. I can't rest. I know we need to rest, but I can't rest. We need to go shopping. We have to visit the location. Pierre's office either looks marginally cleaner than before, or he's managed to shuffle the mess into differently shaped piles. Honestly, it's hard to tell. We spend a few moments waiting around in the entryway before Pierre arrives, and he seems quite enthused by our presence. Why, if it isn't Minuet's confidant, please come in. Have you come back with more delicious information? Or perhaps you're trying to find someone non? Where is Armand? You know I'm looking for him. Madame, my suspicions about your search are founded in your, newfound notoriety. Suspicions which you've been so kind to confirm for me. Pierre favors you with a short, elegant bow. Merci beaucoup. Alright. As for your fiancé's whereabouts, I don't know his exact address. Or I would probably be a wealthier man by now, Pierre admits, pausing to examine his reaction. However, I happen to have some leads, and I can say that I already like you more than some of the men that are looking for him. However, before I lay out my terms, I must satisfy my own professional curiosity. How well do you really know your beloved Armand? It's early February, and you take your seat in the usual spot at Le Clinge, a small tavern in your hometown. The hood of your cloak is still up, but it's less to do with the snow outside and more to do with the fact that you don't want to talk to anyone else here. A few minutes of trying to read your book, but failing to really get into it, you hear a set of footsteps approaching your table. Bonjour, Vette. I hope you weren't waiting too long. Not at all, Armand.
Oh-ho!
Excellent. This is our last night together for a while. So I want to make sure that it's a memory we'll treasure. He waves to a barmaid who brings you a bottle of wine and some glasses, along with a loaf of freshly baked bread that's still steaming when it touches the table. Armand fills your glass first. My father's been talking my ear off about this particular vintage. I hope it's up to your standards. He then fills his own, then raises the glass for a toast. To France, to the General Assembly, but most importantly, to us. The red wine is deep and full-bodied. It smells of leather, blackberries, and cloves. It's some of the best you've had, and you can tell that Armand is enjoying it as well. You spend an hour finishing the bottle together, pausing occasionally to nibble at the bread. All the while you trade joke, news from around the village, and simply try to forget that this is the last you'll see of each other for months. With the wine finished, Armand pauses to place the bottle on its side, a curious habit he picked up from his father. He then takes a deep breath and waits for a moment before saying, "The snow appears to have stopped. Would you like to join me outside? I have something I want to show you." Outside, the night air is brisk. Even the colors of the moonlit sky are cold. It's a stark contrast from the fireside warmth of the tavern. Yet, despite the open air, it feels more intimate and personal than the small tavern you've left behind. While I like Le Singe as much as the next man, I'd prefer to end our night with something that's just about us, Armand says in a soft, low voice. I'd prefer to sit somewhere with you. Oh, okay. Care to go for a walk? Sure. You step in close to him, wrapping your arms around him before you both wander off into the moonlight. You've gained favor with Armand. Woo. I should hope so. Aren't I going to marry him? You walk along the edge of the lake. Only the only sound being whispers of the wind, the sounds of your footfalls, and the steady rhythm of each other's breath. Shouldn't you hear crunching snow? I guess that goes with the sound of footfalls. Your head leans on his shoulder. His body feels both warm and familiar. The moon is full, the town distant, and it feels like you're the only two people in the entire world. Without a word, Armand leans towards you, his eyes closed. Sure, I guess. Okay. You pull away from each other and stare into his eyes. His face is a mixture of excitement and surprise. He whispers, "I hope every kiss we have is as good as that one." Okay.
Huh.
So, oh boy. It's then that a man stumbles out of the darkness towards you, glancing about himself and trying to catch his breath. "Armand, I've been looking everywhere for you," he whispers hoarsely. His accent is foreign and wholly unfamiliar. All you know is that he isn't French, nor is he English. Your town is relatively small, and yet you don't recognize this man. Armand? Who's this? Eyes widening for a moment, he seems to notice you for the first time. "I'm Charles, a good friend of Monsieur Armand," he states slowly and carefully. "I was afraid he'd already left for the Estates General." Charles places a small leather case in Armand's hands. "Just wanted to make sure that you didn't forget these documents. It's quite fortunate that I found them in time. And who might you be, madame?" "I'm your good friend's fiancé." Charles winces as if he's been cut. "So sorry, madame. That was rude of me. It's a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance." He looks back and forth between the two of us and gives a quick, formal bow. You two are obviously in the middle of something important. Please excuse my extrusion. Bon nunetti." With that, Charles leaves. You and Armand stare at each other silently for a minute. Um, are you in trouble? Armand exhales and smiles, but there's still an air of tension about him. No, no, no. Not right now, no. It's all very vague at the moment. There's so much going on, and I don't want to give you something new to worry about. You're not in trouble right now, but there might be. Okay, good to know. Still, thank you. Makes me glad to know that that I still have you on my side. What? I promise that I'll explain all of this when it's over. Uh,
Hmm.
I don't think I know him as well as I thought. Pierre notes your confusion for a moment, almost looks sympathetic. Well, madame, perhaps it's time that you learned as much as you can, which is something that I can certainly help with. You see, I'm looking to run a new little social piece, something that will capture the imagination of the public. Pierre favors you with a broad, toothy grin. It may also rekindle some old rivalries, so to speak. After all, it's easier to sell newspapers when there's something to write about. Fair? If you bring me gossip related to the Bourgeois, I'll tell you where to learn more about your estranged Armand. Lucky for me, I've got a party from them coming up. Pierre has asked a favor of you. Sell him specific types of fresh gossip in the allotted time, and you'll receive special rewards. Okay? Once you get me this gossip, my journalistic genius shall rest. Okay. Okay, thank you. I needed that. Alright, so I needed to do that. The next morning, you find a letter on your nightstand. Camille must have brought it in while you were still asleep. It's sealed with a rich purple wax seal, bearing the initials HG. Opening it up, you find a letter from Honorade, written in flowering cursive. Might be your imagination, but you think you can smell the slightest hint of perfume on the letter. It was truly a pleasure. Chère Yvette, it was truly a pleasure to have your company in the ride home from that otherwise dreary party. I still see that the thought that our host was allowed to ridicule you in front of all those people, no less. Such a thing must not go unpunished. This is why I have been digging in some rather dark corners of the city. I have some information that you will find quite interesting. Honorade goes on to describe a particular fountain deep in the city. She'd like to meet with you in secret. She's worried about someone intercepting the letter. Is your enemy really that powerful? Ooh, please meet me there as soon as you can. Ooh. Ooh. Thing is, I need a new dress, but like... I also need to do this. I also need the dress, but you leave the house earlier than usual that morning, uncertain of how long it will take you to walk to the fountain that Honoré mentioned in her letters. Given that you're still new to skullduggery, you've decided to dress in darker clothes and stuck to comfortable walking shoes. Surprisingly enough, you manage to find the fountain without getting turned around. It seems like the perfect place for a meeting like this. There's just enough people wandering around that you won't draw attention, but also few enough that you'll be able to find somewhere secluded to talk. Looking around, you can't spot Madame Geisel anywhere, so you decide to take a seat at the edge of the fountain. It makes sense to be visible enough that she'll be able to find you without any flashy waving or signaling. You get comfortable, smooth out your skirts, and pause for a moment to reflect on the decision that led you to a point in your life where you were having a secret rendezvous with a glamorous widow to learn the secret of your most hated enemies. If anything, they must have been some good decisions. After only a few minutes of waiting by the fountain, Honorade's carriage pulls up, and René, Honorade's trusted coachman, steps down off his box to open the door for her. It's the middle of the day, but the inside of the luxurious decorated carriage is still shrouded in gloom. Honorade steps down from the carriage. Bonjour, Yvette. I hope you haven't been waiting long. I don't want to call her Honorade, though, because she asked me not to. But I also don't want to be like, are you sure this carriage is discreet?
Aha.
She replies before offering her hand and helping you into the carriage. You've gained a little favor with Madame Gazelle. As with before, it takes you a few moments for your eyes to adjust to the oppressive darkness within. Madame Gazelle follows you inside and takes up her normal seat across from you. With a silent signal, Renee, the carriage, takes off. She sips at her glass of water and spends a few moments simply looking you over. You're not really sure what she's looking for. After a while, she seems satisfied and continues. Since you're here, I assume that you read my letter. It's possible that you're more forgiving than myself, but the thought of what happened to you that night still makes me livid. At first, I admittedly knew very little about Marcella, but the more I started learning about her, the less I liked. Now that I've gotten to know her better, I'm not surprised at all that she would be so contemptible. So I did what anyone else would do. I held meetings with as many of her business partners as I could, claiming to be interested in investing my husband's fortune. They, of course, fell all over themselves in order to meet with me and try to part me from my late husband's money. She went very Russian, but I am okay with this. During those meetings, I asked about Marcella's family investments, and they pretended to be very impressed with whatever they told me. However, in that whole time, I couldn't find evidence that any of her family's investments were older than 30 years or so. 30 years is a long time for a single person, but that's not how the aristocratic families see the world. The Geisel family fortune is 40 years old, and we're still declared as no money. Honorade pauses to sip her water and sneer at the unseen adversary. As if recent success was something to be ashamed of. To put it simply, why would her family pretend their fortune is older than it really is? That gaudy wench is hiding something about her money. Knowing that what she is like in public, anything she wants to hide must be dark indeed. I think you're right.
Hmm.
Now, now you pursue this lead, hatch a plan, and get your revenge. What that requires is up to you. I'm more than happy to provide you with information, but I think you will be better served if you handle the rest yourself, darling. Please keep in mind that if you are going to bring about her ruin, the best time to do so would be on April 24th, the night of her birthday masquerade. Madame Grezel chuckles to herself at the thought. It's her birthday, so she'll make every effort to keep all of her attention on herself, which means that any damaging revelations you happen to bring to light will be impossible to ignore. Of course, to do this, you'll need to find both evidence and invitation. Of course, you could also just give up, but I don't think that sort of thing suits you. Madame Geisel signals Renee, and the carriage begins to roll to a stop. Pulling back the curtains for a moment, you realize you're already outside your home. Well, we must unfortunately part ways, Honorade says. Renee opens the door. I wish you the best of luck in your quest for vengeance. Yep. Alright. Researching Marcella is now available. Alright. So, we have until April 24th to research Marcella. Oh boy. You wake up to the sound of someone knocking on your door. Before you can even get up, you hear Kamel cheerily call out, I'll get it! When she answers the door, you hear her spend a minute talking with a man whose harsh voice you didn't recognize. When their conversation finishes, Camille heads up to your room. Madame, we need to talk about your rent and my wages. Okay. What would you like me to do? Well, the grumpy man downstairs was our landlord. While we're paid up on our rent through next week, we will need to make sure that there is enough for next week. While we didn't need to pay him this week, but next week we will have to have 35 livres for our rent and 5 livres for my wages. So I need 40 livres, or we could be in trouble. So I'll now have to pay both rent and servants for the week. Okay. Is there anything else, madame? No, I know what we're paying her 5 livres a week for. She keeps the house running. No, breakfast will be fine. She keeps the house clean. She does the grocery shopping. She helps me dress. She's doing a lot. She's doing a lot of heavy lifting. With that, Camille heads down the stairs to make you breakfast, and you're left to wonder how you'll take care of this. Nah, I'm good. I can't wear this because it's not neutral to the Borges. This would probably be best. Okay. As your carriage nears the party, you consider your last-minute preparations. Yeah, I know. Credibility's down. Guess have no strong feelings. Tonight'll be a toss-up. Alright. You hear a ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to any social event these days. There's a small line in the vestibule as the guests are waiting to get in. While you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor. Servant checks your invitation and everything seems to be in order. Yes. Credibility is up. That's good. We still have enough money to pay the rent and everything for next week, so we're good. Okay, now. So, we need Bouillabaisse gossip over here. This'll just get us crown gossip. Not super interested. That'll give us some credibility with Armand, which is nice, but here we go. This'll get us Bouillabaisse gossip. Thank you. Taking another turn of the party, you come across a beleaguered chambermaid, attempting to contain a guest who's clearly far too deep in his cups. Oh boy, we get another drunk guy. This'll be fun.
Ooh.
Just grandes. I've been led in on such amazing things by your host. You'll see. You'll all see. Their trust and my discretion was not misplaced. I'm sorry, monsieur, but I am on strict orders from the lady of the house to ensure that you are not overserved. I simply cannot get you another drink. Someone calls out to the chambermaid and she looks behind her towards some new disaster in the process of unfolding. In panic, she leaves in her charge. She leaves in her charge while heading towards the latest problem. As she's leaving, she calls out over her shoulder, "Please, monsieur, just stay here and find some water." Water? That base drink? It rusts still. Water for bad of my knowledge? Pardon me, monsieur, but that sounds so important. Whatever could it be? What is it? Well, it's, He stares off into space, squinting as if he's trying to read a book that had been placed very far from him. It's a matter requiring great secrecy, he says, glaring at you with all the willpower he can summon. Ooh. Whoopsies. He stumbles away, continuing to glare at you with such ferocity. Ooh! That he only narrowly avoids colliding with somebody other guy. Okay, yeah, so I'm probably not going to be able to get much here. I'm not going to be able to get much more here. You approach a woman who's been eyeing the other guests in a particularly familiar way. In fact, it's the exact same way you look at guests at these functions. She looks up at you. Yvette Delacroix, I take it, she asks, sipping on a glass of wine. A fine assessment, and what are you doing here? A fine assessment. Ah, I thought so. You seem to match all the rumors I've heard. My name's Anne de Crossmar. We're both acquainted with Pierre Durand. A funny little man, isn't he? I used to work for him as a rumor monger a long time ago, before his boss passed away and bequeathed him the newspaper. Of course, since then, I've moved on to greener pastures. How's Pierre doing, by the way? Does he still gamble like a madman? Why'd you stop working with him in the first place? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Is that what he does when he sobers up?
Ah.
He'll do that, you know. Yet somehow I swear that weasel of a man will manage to outlive us all. By the way, I'm not certain what you're doing here tonight, but I'm here to interview the Comet de Bolivares. I mean, he doesn't know it's an interview, but that's not important. Simply put, I'm here to find something interesting related to the Borgiers. I can trust you. Can I trust you to stay out of my way? I don't think we're going to. I don't think we're going to do it. Interview him together. I'd be agreeable with such a plan if we both sold the story to our respective employers at the same time. They'd be none the wiser. She leads you over to Comet de Bolivar and engages him in conversation. It looks like they've met before, but she has no idea what her actual profession is. The two of you alternate in your conversations with him, slowly drawing out details of the latest scandals. Like a good gentleman, he attempts to remain discreet, but against the two of you, he doesn't stand a chance. The two prolonged ambushes of your charm. You gained a cheap piece of Brule's gossip. The three of you stick around together, chatting for a while before you find there's nothing else to be gained from this conversation. Alright. That's it. Well, at least we got something out of it. Alright, I do have to go sell the gossip today. How many days do I have till my next event? 3. Okay. We do have to go sell the gossip real quick. Okay. We do have to go sell the gossip real quick. So, some representatives from the Third Estate have gotten free rooms to stay from a prominent hotelier. However, they've been staying for a long time. Is it a sign of friendship, or are their representatives taking advantage of their host? So, okay, and it's the same thing, really. Pierre claps his hands together in delight. Madame, it appears you've done me a great service. With this latest gossip, I can finally launch my most controversial social cast yet. In fact, your contributions have been so great that they must be recognized. Madame Deroux, you are no longer a mere gossip monger. Today, you are a journalist. You have reached the rank of journalist at the magazine. The title itself is meaningless, but it certainly sounds nice. Now, I assume you wish to know more about your beloved Armand, no? Yeah. What do you know? Why did you need me specifically to do says, what do you know? It may shock you to learn that your Armand managed to keep some rather opinionated company. Pierre says, with careful circumsumption, someone severely downplaying the seriousness of the situation. While the details of their beliefs have been remarkably difficult to track down, I know two things about their views. The first is that they show an open disdain for the country's current laws and privileges, which made them unwelcome with the aristocracy supporting the crown. However, they was also harboring a strong devotion to the Queen, which alienated them from the nationalists in the Revolution. There's also a studio in the western parts of the city, just south of Saline, where he had some like-minded individuals preferred to discuss the proper course for the country. Painters in front, planning in the back, you know. Pierre starts scribbling on a piece of paper. He hands it off to you to find it. You find it to be an address. The Galette Royal raided the studio a month ago and arrested everyone there, Pierre explains. While supporting the Queen is certainly no crime, something about the group's beliefs was making someone in power quite uncomfortable. The studio's been abandoned ever since. Go there and you might find some leads onto your Armand. So Armand's been arrested. Now, before you leave, madame, I hope that you do not forget about me and my humble paper. I still find your social insights valuable, and I'm always willing to pay for anything you can bring me. I think we've been good business partners, yeah? Ugh, this is just business. Pierre nods and grins. Yeah, but of course, it's merely business. I still hope it's a good business. It's literally just business. Alright, give me a quick second. I'm going to give you guys the break video. I will be right back.
let that box get away with being unopened. Tell that box. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes. It's okay, Kay. Open the box. Yeah. Get it. And she's basically got it. She's just gotta get it out. Yeah, her little pig head that came from the stocking. She's like, oh boy, here we go. Ah.
Sorry about that. Alright, if I explore Paris and say just... Okay, good. Flat out return to the estate. No. Okay. So I'm looking to try and rest for today. Home. Yeah. Spend the day resting at home. Yes. Rest at home. Okay, cool. We have a party coming up with La Révolution. We need an outfit for it. And we need to... I'm assuming Armand thing is going to be permanent, but this is timed. So let's go to the dressmaker first and see what she's got available. We need something that's good for the Revolution, but also relatively cheap. So far, this looks pretty good. It's relatively cheap, but also very good for the Revolution. Right? I would also like to... sell that dress. Okay. And we need something that's also good for the crown and the church, since we're here. But will leave us with $48 in the bank. That'll do it. Okay. I cannot sell this outfit. Okay, cool. That's fine with me. All right. That's good. That gives us some stuff in the... Okay. Now, we need to... You head to Le Palais Royal, hoping to track down some information in regards to the mysterious fortune of your hated foe, Viscountess Marcel Defoe. Let's go. What do we got? You start your day by walking to the center of Paris. Viscountess Defoe isn't just a member of the aristocracy. She's a woman who wields her title and noble privileges like a weapon. There's only one place to learn more about a woman like that. Le Palais Royal, the favored social spot for all aristocrats in the city. The humble hub for all gossip, social news, slander, and scandal. If there was ever a telling secret or salacious rumor, this was the place to find it. Le Palais Royal is now available to visit. You remember reading about this place over a year ago. Its storied buildings are even more impressive in person. Elegantly dressed aristocrats strut about the gardens, stopping briefly to chat in hushed tones. Without the benefit of a title or an introduction, you can't approach any of these groups directly. However, there's nothing stopping you from overhearing things as you just pass by. Staying on the absolute edge of conversations, you circle the square, pretending to be a traveler by just admiring the apartments and the gardens. The first hour you spend on this task yields no information concerning Marcel, but you do manage to hear some gossip that a certain newspaper might appreciate. Cheap church gossip. During the second hour, you hear something about Marcella's father, former Viscount Defoe. Apparently, Viscount Alfonso Defoe died a few years ago, and his funeral was so lavish that people are still discussing it today. Not exactly what you're looking for, but it's on the right track. In the third hour, however, something piques your interest. Apparently, Marcella is rather obsessed with her clothing and personal appearance, even claiming to be a fashion icon. Do you get to decide about that yourself? Isn't that something that other people have to call you? Marcella's vanity-demanding nature and abrasive manner have led her into serious disagreements with several dressmakers and clothiers around the city. In fact, some of them simply refuse to do business with her anymore, though she claims the situation to be the other way around. She would have to have been an unpleasant customer indeed in order to drive a dressmaker away. Apparently, every order she places is completely unique, which means each item in her wardrobe would cost a fortune. And an idea strikes you as quickly and surely as a lightning bolt. Each of the vile Countess's dresses would have to cost far too much to just pay for in coins. It would require a banknote, and any dressmaker that worked with Marcella would have to know the name and address of her bank in order to collect to any payments. All you have to do is find someone who had worked with her in the past. Someone with a grudge. This will bring you one step closer to having the dark secret of Marcella's money within your grasp. You have a vital clue to finding Marcella's weakness. However, you need to figure out where to search on your next on your own. Now, you just need to find such a dressmaker. But where? Well, I know of a dressmaker. My dressmaker, in fact. I'd need this one to go to the party. This party is being held by the Revolution. They like robes. Yeah. Robes à la Française. There we go. As your carriage nears the party, you consider taking one last moment. Let's assess. You're neither well-rested nor exhausted. Nothing is holding you back from doing your best in this game of wits. Check your tiny mirror to keep the road defense to a party being held by the Revolution. Credibility up. Yes. With preparations like this, tonight should be a largely positive affair. Alright. So, free cheap revolution gossip. Oh, the obligatory host gift will also get my credibility up. Thank you. I lost a lot of credibility on that last round. I can get 75 livre out of this, which we could use. But we might need as much as 5 credibility for it. Chambermaid has been charged with returning a lost pouch of coins. Perhaps you can assist her with such an endeavor. A self-satisfied judge and his syncopathic companion are openly discussing the details of a case. If that doesn't sound like a good gossip fodder, then nothing does. Okay, so we've got gossip fodder over there. Why is there a woman here who looks so much like you? She's back! Some supporters of the revolution are always jumping at shadows and feverishly searching for spies in their midst. But besting such an individual must have benefits. I'm very curious about her. We're going. While circling the party, you happen to notice something very strange. At first, you thought that you'd been looking in a mirror, but something was simply off about the whole thing. How odd. You walk over to inspect said mirror, but you're interrupted by somebody in the middle of your approach. Ah, Madame de Bourg, I am pleased to see you again. Would you be willing to indulge me for a moment, so we might be able to discuss our business again? You still remember everything we went over, no? You have no idea who the devil this is. Ah, but of course. The business that we did, of course.
Oh.
He pauses to examine you for a moment, which makes sense that I couldn't have been a little more confident. Madame, are you serious? Have you forgotten about our deal already? I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you at your word with a princely sum of money. Please don't take advantage of my regret. Okay. As I was saying, you approached me earlier in the evening and said that you were interested in borrowing a substantial amount of money. Of course, the interest rate will be significant, but you've already convinced me that it's worth worrying about. Excuse me. Monsieur, I have not changed my clothes. You haven't? Truly? Then if you aren't the one I spoke with, then... Madame, I'm sorry, but I need to leave immediately. We have to discuss your loans later. I'm attempting to sound serious, he replies, attempting to sound serious. But you can hear an undertone of panic in his voice. He hurries away nervously, which seems good until you realize he's still planning to try to negotiate some kind of massive loan with you. He's the kind you can't possibly afford. Uh-oh. However, your first real priority is finding the mysterious woman who's pretending to be you. I have to go over here now. I have to. There's no other choice. This is her. You step away from the party proper to take a break in the vestibule. You scan the guests, filing in and out party, deciding where to make your next move. Suddenly, your ears perk up at the sound of something unusual. You hear the sound of a small voice coming from a coat pocket. Ah, a mystery. Finally, something interesting. If this is a secret tryst between star-crossed lovers, better not be my shawl. As stealthily as your finery will allow, you walk up to the closet and press your ear against it. Straining to hear what's on the other side, you hear the mumbling and crying of a young girl. Judging from the sound, she can't be older than 15. Knock on the door. Are you all right? You might want to get yourself out of that closet before you embarrass yourself. I'm fine, she says in a quivering voice on the other side of the closet door. Your doubtful silence speaks volumes. Actually, I'm not fine. I'm not very fine. My parents forced me to come here. I said a bunch of stupid stuff and everyone got bored or mad, and now it's just all bad as I thought. Her voice sniffles. I just wanted to stay home and read some books about spies. My name's Emile, by the way. Why does anyone do this? It's a trade like any other. I don't want to learn this trade. I don't even want an apprenticeship. Why do I have to do what my parents do? You don't. Still, you must do something, and hiding in a closet isn't it? Because it's what we all have to do. Might as well make the most of it. Huh. It's really stuffy in here. I think my foot fell asleep. Gained a tiny amount of credibility. Yay. I guess that makes sense. But what should I do now? You'll need to talk a lot yet. You don't need to talk a lot yet. Just listen. Start there. But it's so boring. All they want to do is say mean things about people. I don't know, and talk about plays I've never seen. I guess this closet is pretty boring too. At least the party has snacks. Alright, here I am. Time to go do party stuff. Emile departs to rejoin the party in progress. You see a little bit of yourself in her, and you're not sure if that's a good thing. Well, I mean, we did get some gossip to sell, which is good, but we didn't get a lot. Okay, we have a church party tonight. Oh, we don't have a church party tonight. We have a church party letter to respond to. We kind of have to, because we need the credibility up. Okay. We kind of have to accept that one as well. But that means we have that means we have like three parties in a row. Oh boy. Here we go. All right. Well, so 6, 5, 4. There we go. Now, let the games begin. I'm not going to be able to do a host gift for the last one, unfortunately. Not until we can hit we can hit up the one place and sell some gossip. You came across a priest in off in a corner, hiding. I can gain some favor here. This is, we can gain some favor with Armand. We can get some church gossip to sell, that would be nice. We need the money, unfortunately. Feeling the need to take a quick break, you step away from the crowds and take a moment just to breathe. While you're composing yourself, a chambermaid approaches you. She's holding a small, unmarked pouch of coins. Pardon-moi, madame. I found this wallet while I was tidying up. I took it to my employer, but they don't recognize it. I've been told not to rest until I find its owner. Do you know who it belongs to otherwise? Mon Dieu, I'm so glad you found my wallet. The wallet is yours. Oh well, I'm glad I found you, she mumbles, obviously disappointed. She hands you the wallet and curtsies politely. You make a great show of thumbing through the mysterious wallet to make sure everything's there. You gain 75 liras. I did need the money. Can ask you any more questions, you excuse yourself and leave to investigate the rest of the party. I did need the money, unfortunately. Like, it would have been nice to give it to her, but like, I need the money. Right now. For some unbelievable reason, they don't. Okay, so this will get us cheap church gossip. This will get us favor. This will get us some bouillabaisse gossip. These guys are bad. Notice two men sequestered off on the side of the chapel, speaking in low tones, while their eyes glanced fervently about. The sight alone is enough to draw you towards it, like a devout pilgrim towards a holy place. Indeed, I've heard some rather fascinating things amongst the priests that I know. But even now, I fear that the wrong person might overhear it. We're two of a kind, then. Some of my friends have remained in the military, and they have a lot to say about the sorry state of affairs there. I can barely keep such things to myself, but the risks are too great. I too, simply close to the story, and the consequences for indiscretion could be dire indeed. I suppose, then, we have nothing to discuss, then. Even at a distance, you can see these men are overflowing with a desire to spill their respective secrets. That it would be a trivial task to get them to speak. However, if they're to be believed, you'll certainly anger the members of whatever group you'll take whatever group that you take their gossip from. They're starting to walk away from each other. Who do you follow? Let's go for the military. As they part ways, you follow the former soldier at a distance. You catch up to him in a different part of the party, far from his erstwhile companion. Good afternoon, madame, he says in surprise as you approach him. He almost doffs his hat to you before remembering he isn't actually wearing a hat. Your efforts to pry the secrets from men are so easy that you almost feel bad for him. He may have fought in the Americas, but in this battle of wits, he's completely unarmed. Of course, there are obviously consequences for dealing with a man who clearly can't keep a secret. It won't be long before the entire army knows that you sought out rumors about them. The conversation that follows afterward is decent, if nothing else. This is especially good because you'll have to keep talking with him for some time. This dance has a particular rhythm, and one can't leave too early, lest they risk rousing even further suspicion. However, the moment you spot a polite opening in the conversation, you manage to break away. All things considered, that certainly feels like a success. Alright, cool. We've got something, at least. And we've got another party to go to tonight. You look up at the sound of Camille knocking on your door. Good morning, madame. The house rent is due today, as are my wages. Merci, Camille says with a curtsy, as you hand her the money. Camille leaves to deliver the money, and with that, business is concluded. Yeah, we've got a military ball today. Both of these will do the same for military. Let's go with this one, because I'm going to wear this one tomorrow, and I just wore that one last night. So let's go with this one. Can feel the exhaustion setting in. Yep, credibility down. But I get 11 points to credibility for my outfit. As you step out of your carriage and hear the ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to the social event, I get... Here's my generosity for the host gift. Thank you. Now, let the games begin. Thank you. So, the wife of a soldier is having trouble consorting with the other military spouses at this event, which is their loss. She seems to know some very interesting things. Come across a woman interviewing a man for the sake of her book, but something doesn't seem quite right about the man's outrageous claims. The sister of an artilleryman seems to know simply everything that her brother overhears in the barracks. But to learn more, you'll have to divert a tiresome bore who keeps interrupting. your former soldiers seem to be quite concerned with the rumors that they've overheard lately. It's unlikely that you'll be able to get them to divulge these rumors altogether, but perhaps one could divide and conquer, as it were. Okay. Where can I do the most damage? This is going to be an either or, not a both and. Probably here. At this moment, you're in the middle of chatting with a woman who seems to be in possession of exactly the kind of rumors you're looking for. Her brother is an artilleryman who also happens to gamble like a fiend and loves telling stories about the latest incredulous goings-on that he observes in the process. While he hasn't gotten to the she hasn't gotten to the details yet, you know whatever cheap rumors she's heard will concern the military. Just as you're about to learn what you need to know, another woman suddenly wanders into your conversation, gesturing to a flower arrangement on the entire table. Oh, have you two heard that these flowers were gifted by the Duchess de Trunzel? I had no idea. They were from her personal gardens. Your conversation. Oh, I had no idea. They were from her personal gardens. Your conversation partner replies, and you can feel the conversation pulling away, but you don't yet have what you need. Oh, that ties so well into the story that my friend was just telling. I mean, I can try, but it's a medium challenge. I don't think we have enough credibility to do this. And then we're going to lose a lot of credibilities for it. I mean, of course it can wait, the interloper replies, clearly intent on nurturing this grudge until her dying day. Yes, where was I? Your storytelling acquaintance says, before launching into her further detail on the latest she's informed her brother. While you carefully committed her story to memory, you still need to retain this conversation for a little while. As exiting the moment, as exiting the moment, yeah, you get what you want, would arouse far too much suspicion. Just as you feared, this new interloper is extremely tiresome. Eventually, you manage to extract yourself from the conversation without absorbing too many insipid details about the Duchess Trunzel's gardener. Oh my god. Okay. So, a gallant dragon has enthralled a small crab. I think I can get out of that. We can pick up Bouillabaisse gossip over here. Let's do that. You step back into the vestibule for a moment so you can collect your thoughts and get the first opportunity to speak to the new arrivals. It's then that you see two individuals speaking together in the corner. The fact that they're trying to stay away from everyone else only increases your interest in their conversation. You recognize neither the bespectacled woman nor the extravagantly dressed gentleman that she's speaking with. However, judging from the fact that she pauses to write whenever he speaks, you can surmise that she's interviewing him. It becomes apparent via your spying that these people are Nika Ekhov, a foreign author looking for inspiration for her latest novels, as well as Guillaume de Sabel, a self-styled libertine philosopher, and appellation that doesn't seem to require much in the way of academic credentials. You described yourself earlier as a patron of the arts. What is your relationship with the theatre? Have you sponsored any performances? I am no mere tight-fisted patron, good madame. I am an inspiration, a muse, if you will. In fact, when Bermiche wrote The Barber of Seville, I was his inspiration for Count Amerville. This sharply dressed man proudly replies, between long gulps of wine. From what you remember of that play, that's not something to be particularly proud of. It also doesn't sound even vaguely true. Oh, this would be fantastic for my book, monsieur. I must ask, how did you and Monsieur Bonames meet? Ah, well, we met at a banquet held by a visiting Algualang prince. I'm sorry, did you say Algonquin? Algonquin. He came across the ocean from the Americas and then held a banquet, the author replies, far more suspicious of this particular claim. Galame, Gil, we're just going to call him Gil. Gil glances to you and raises an eyebrow. He knows his game is almost up. We'll give it a shot. What? You were? Nika asks incredulously. That's amazing! Please! That's amazing, please. You have to tell me more. She continues, furiously writing notes. Unsure of what to do next, you and Gilme start fabricating outlandish tales of his exploits, of which you were party to many. At some point in time, the tales both you and Gilme have apparently had torrid affairs with lusty pirates and bardy coats. Perhaps on the same vessel, Nika's writing only seems to grow faster and faster, more intense. You could consider feeling bad for leading the poor woman astray, but that feeling easily slips away. After all, history is just truth that slowly becomes lies, and stories are just lies that slowly become truth. Of course, eventually you realize that Gilme may have stretched the limits of believability here. After your outrageous lies finally run dry, Nika leaves satisfied with her research. Merci beaucoup for your assistance, Yvette. I could not possibly have done this without your help. This also means that you have some decent gossip. Given that you just caught a prominent figure in the Bouillabaisse flagrantly lying about his accomplishments. This also means that you have some decent gossip, given that you just caught a prominent figure in the Bouillabaisse flagrantly lying about his accomplishments. However, Guillaume doesn't necessarily need to know that. Well, I'm off to seek other entertainments. Au revoir, madame, he says with an over-elaborate bow. All right, and we're done. Cool. We've got another party to attend tonight, and then I can sell some gossip. This is the one for the church, right? Yeah. Alright. We have church gossip. So, the presence hasn't gone unnoticed, so this will get me some church gossip. This will get me some crown gossip and possibly some revolution gossip. It appears that the party's host has left their study unlocked. This might be a valuable opportunity for someone of a more unscrupulous nature. Ooh. And then, of course, we can just do some reminiscing. Oh boy! Well, I don't need the money super much right now, but we got a lot of chance for some shocking gossip here, so let's go ahead and... You find yourself in conversation with Anne de Cosima, who used to be a colleague of Pierre's. While I'd never do anything like join a nunnery, I found myself staying close to the church lately. God knows they're not perfect, but at least I'm content with them. In my experience, the military is full of blowhards. I'd never have enough money to satisfy the boys. Of course, by being close to the church, that puts me close to the crown by proximity. She sighs and sips her wine. At the risk of questioning the moral superiority of those safeguards, at those safeguarding our souls, I find it funny that they've aligned themselves with the aristocracy, considering the rumors I've heard about their conduct lately. There are more dangerous habits, like not giving me what I want. No. Oh. This isn't gonna work. She sips her wine and considers this carefully. Yes, but if I'm the one to cast those stones first, then I've made myself a villainess. In this particular story, you should already know that, Yvette. Rather than risk further awkward conversation, Anne simply excuses herself. Ugh. Alright. We've got nothing left. We can just go reminisce. You wander around the party for a while, trying to find a conversation that feels right, but only end up feeling lost. Rather than wasting time on something that isn't working, you decide to take some time to yourself. It's been difficult to focus all day, and you're not certain why. Thankfully, you manage to find a deserted corner so you can just focus on yourself. While you're adjusting your stays so that they sit more comfortably, you consider your poor luck. It's not you. It's just that nobody has anything exciting to say right now. If nothing else, this feeling is certainly familiar. Of course, when you last felt like this, the parties were much smaller. They were also much less elegant, and they felt even less exciting than the one you're attending now. In fact, you were at just such a party, bored to the verge of tears, and making conversation with yourself, when you heard someone walking up behind you. Ah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize this spot was taken. I was planning on fuming alone in the garden, but an occupier has already laid their claim. Correct. Now be gone, as this garden is mine by right of conquest. Don't waste your time disassembling. Just join me already. What's troubling you so much? Aren't parties supposed to be fun? He laughs. Well, if you insist, madame. Let it never be said that I refuse the call of a charming woman, especially when she is as piqued as I am. You gain some favor with the handsome stranger. He sits down next to you and sighs, staring out into the darkness alongside you with a rueful smile. He shakes his head, tossing his long hair back and forth. Everything here just feels like it's going around in circles, like a water wheel. The waters of the river rush onwards to new things, but the wheel merely spins. Ugh, my apologies. I never introduced myself. My name is Armand. Armand never mentioned his last name to you, or even that he was a baron, until the third time you met. He pretended that it was because he thought it was unimportant, but you knew better. He was sick of the difference and groveling that came with his position. May I ask your name? Yvette. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yvette. He takes your hand and gently kisses the back of it. Normally, such an overly familiar gesture would disgust you, but he does it with a light, practiced grace, like it was the most normal thing in the world. The two of you stare at each other's eyes, and as your gaze plays along his in the moonlit features, you wonder how you've both managed to go so long without meeting. Now you've heard of my woes, but what troubles you tonight? What doesn't trouble me? This whole place is going nowhere and it's infuriating. Before you realize it, you find yourself unrolling a list of every anonymity you have in the town, particularly about every one of the mutual and the mental failings. It's a long list. I thought myself enraged, but it seems I was a mere pretender to the throne. He laughs, as a cold wind causes you to shiver. Unfortunately, I must go, or my presence will be missed. However, before I go, please take this. It's frightfully cold out here, he says, taking off his coat and handing it to you. His breath steams the air, and the coat is still warm with his body heat. Should you feel the need to return it, I like to spend my Sundays reading Le Cleanse, he says, gesturing in the directions of the tavern. With that, Armand leaves. The breeze blows, and you feel a brief shiver, so you wrap the coat about your shoulders. The collar smells like him, mixed with a trace of perfume. Like all memories, it begins to dissolve. The most important elements pass. While you manage to return your thoughts to here and now, you cannot manage to completely disregard the memory. The pull of fanciful reminiscence is as strong as it is sweet. With that, you return to the party. Alright. We gotta go. We gotta go sell stuff. You enter Pierre's office and find it more disorderly than usual, with Pierre pacing frantically in the midst. He looks up. Ah, madame, thank God you've arrived. I've been keenly checking the winds of public opinion, and finally honed journalistic senses tell me that our relationship desperately cries out for stories concerning the bouillabaisse. However, I am at a loss for such information. If you can get me fresh gossip relevant to the faction, in the next 12 days, I will reward you with 15. Okay. I will see what I can do. Okay. I think I have Bouillabaisse gossip already on deck. So, Thank you. I got stuff to sell. Thank you! Look, we gotta make some money here. Whew! Okay. We have a party. Professor, we have to go to the party. Anybody else? No, nobody else yet. Okay. So we do have a party to go to. Alright. Next up, we should explore Paris. You arrive again at Fatima's dress shop, and while you can't see the proprietor, you can hear her grumbling from the back room. Eventually, Fatima shuffles her way out to meet you at the front of the shop. Dropping a ledger onto a nearby table, she seems to be lacking in her normal energy or enthusiasm. Welcome back, she mumbles. How can I help you? You seem bothered. Have you ever done... Ugh! At the mention of Marcella's title, Fatima sneers for a second. As she just smelled something truly foul, she opens one eye, judging you carefully. She snubbed me at a party and I hate her. Fatima perks up at this and looks at you with curiosity. Oh, really? Well, it looks like we have something in common, though it tends to make us unpopular. In my case, the Viscountess didn't snub me at the party. She did so here. Really? You see, a month ago, I was approached by a servant working with the Viscountess de Fort. This servant said the Viscountess was a genius who wanted to commission a dress. She said she had a design herself. I quoted a price to them, but they immediately tried to tell me it was too high. The servants were up and down that making something for this Viscountess was extremely prestigious, and that I should even work at a discount for all the new business it would bring me. Ugh. The dressmaker snorts diversely. I may be new to running my own shop, but I'm not new enough to fall for that old ruse. Still, starting a new shop is expensive, and the price we finally agreed on was nice. He showed me the sketches for this genius design, and it honestly wasn't terrible. A little tacky for my taste, but Fatima sighs and hangs her head for a moment. I wasn't thinking. I saw the levers written on the banknote. I saw the levers written on the banknote, and I didn't think to check the client's reputation. I agreed. Between my other jobs, I spent over a month working on this dress, just getting by on the initial payments for materials. Every other day, I'd get a whole list of changes for her. She wouldn't even check on the dress in person, but something always had to be bigger or more intricate. Anytime I suggested that we tone things down for the sake of elegance, she threatened to cancel the order, which would leave me holding the bill. I finally finished it, and this giant pink confection was a crime against good taste. I hated it so much that I didn't even want to write my name in the lining. The Viscountess finally arrived in person to see her creation, and she hated it. Even went so far as accusing me of butchering her design. After calling me every name under the sun, she took the dress but refused to pay the bill. She claimed it was compensation for her lost time. Fatima bites down on the stem of her pipe hard enough that for a split second you'll worry that she'll crack her teeth. I could take her to court, but no judge would take the word of a minor shopkeep over an aristocrat. I'll need a good lawyer, which I cannot afford. So that's my tale of woe. In fact, I still keep the original banknote for my materials payment hanging in my office. It's a reminder to be careful who I do business with. Can I see it? I suppose, as long as you don't make fun of me when you see it. She returns with the banknote, written out on a piece of paper. I should have known something was wrong with the moment I saw this thing. Why would a noble give me a note from some minor place like Casa de Confidence? She probably cheated all the respectable banks. You study the banknote, taking care to memorize the name and address. Bank and Mistrust, now available. Ooh. After a few moments, she takes the note back. So, Madame Decleux, shall we do business? Yes. We do business now, yes. I do have to sell a couple of gowns. So that we can buy a couple of new ones. Ooh. That does not do well with anybody. Okay. That doesn't do well with much of anybody. That's got some decent numbers. 4, 7, 12. Yeah, we just sold that one though. Ooh, 5, 8, and 11. That's good. Okay. And then we need something for Crown and Church, right? Seriously? My old two are the only ones she has for Crown and Church? Ooh, I don't like that. That's all she has for Crown and Church today. Really? Alright, we'll just have to come back another time. I've got a while before my next event, so we'll just have to come back another time. Because, like, I've got a while before my next event. Okay, let's check her shop today. See if she's got anything for crown in church today. Okay, she's got this one for crown and church. It doesn't do much to both crown and church, but it does get both crown and church. This one gets 4 to crown. We're gonna do this one. It's cheaper, it does both crown and church. It's better. Doesn't do much to either, but it's better. And then we can just stay home and rest today. Take away the exhaustion. We have to secure an invitation to her birthday party on the 24th. So this is the one we're going to. Let's go. You're neither well rested nor exhausted, so nothing's holding you back. We get 2 points of credibility. We got some cheap crown gossip. Alright. We gave our host gift. So there we go. Now we're in. Alright, so this is... the host study is open. A messenger has arrived at the door bearing pressing information. The scandalous news might be worth quite a bit if one were to obtain it. We have just enough to pass this. Do you risk it, though, is the question. Your conversation with a very clever woman could yield some valuable results. But first, you'll have to find a way to divert a certain meddlesome musician. Okay. Two guests in this room seem absolutely paralyzed with the weight of rumors that they bear within their hearts, but neither of them are willing to speak with for fear of discovery. This one's tempting because it's outrageous and we just barely would pass it. Let's give it a shot. Strolling through the event, you find yourself in the vestibule of the party venue. The room is empty as the doorman appears to be off doing something else. You're startled by the sound of a frantic banging at the door. Open the door. You open the door to see a young man sweating profusely, and you can see a horse outside, pacing anxiously back and forth without a word. He stepped inside. Once inside, he frantically looks around, otherwise empty room. Excuse me, but can you help me find Madame Marie de Lorraine, Countess of Barnet? We can't risk you being spotted inside. Tell me the news and I'll deliver it for you. We can't risk it, he asked slowly. No, I shall fall prey to such vile trickery. Ah! I was supposed to pass that! That's not fair. See, it said I could pass it as up to 15. I don't understand how that works. Okay. So then let's try something with 0 to 15. So this one. Alright. In the midst of your latest conversation, you feel the ethereal pull of a lead on gossip. You're absolutely certain that the woman you're speaking with knows something that Pierre would find valuable. Judging from the way she's speaking, it's likely to be cheap gossip, but it's still about the crown, so that's still quite good. Suddenly, just as she's about to finish, a gentleman loudly barges into the middle of the room. Ah, here we go, this is it. Ah, good afternoon, ladies. Would you be interested in joining me at the harpsichord? I have a grand new composition that I'm about to demonstrate. Oh, really? You're a musician? She asks. How intriguing. Before that, you must hear the end of my friend's delightful story. Huh? My story? She asks, suddenly remembering she wasn't her narrative. Oh, I think that can wait. Several others are already arriving to hear my work. Oh, I think they can wait. Several others are already arriving to hear my work. And I was just inviting you to be polite. He hisses at you. Alright, fine. Your conversation partner. Alright, yeah. Well, I tried. Can't blame a girl for trying. You look up at the sound of Camille knocking on your doorframe. Good morning, madame. The house rent is due today, and so are my wages. Yep. Merci, madame, Camille says, with a curtsy. Okay. Let's go. I need to sell stuff while it's still fresh. You enter Pierre's office. It's more disorderly. Alright. I've been keenly checking up the winds on public opinion, and my finely honed journalistic senses tell me that our relationship desperately cries out for stories concerning the church. Yeah, I think we have something. I have crown gossip right now, but I can probably uncover some stuff for the church in a little bit. Shouldn't be too hard. Okay. So, let's start. Okay. We need to explore Paris. We need to go to the bank. Here we go. We need to go to the bank. It takes far longer to find Caisse de Confidence than you'd have thought. You'd never heard of this particular bank, but you'd at least assumed it would look like a bank. Instead, you find yourself standing outside a squat building with stone walls and a reinforced door. It doesn't even have a sign out front. Inside, you find yourself in a room with a man waiting at a desk, tallying up some items in a ledger. Other than the desk, you can see very little furniture and no other customers. Motes of dust slowly circle in the air. The man looks up at you as you approach. He gives you the same fake smile used by anyone who has to be nice for a living. Bonjour, madame, and welcome to Casa de Confidence. A name in banking. I'd like to open an account. Oh, really? He asks, maintaining his smile, but eyeing you with a combination of surprise and suspicion. That's remarkable news, madame. And how, may I ask, you came to know of our esteemed establishment? On the recommendation of the Viscountess Defoe. He pauses to examine you again. The Viscountess recommended you. Ah, yes, it's always nice to hear from one of our clients speak so highly of us, he replies, beaming with enthusiasm. A friend of the good Viscountess is a friend of ours. Now, as you can imagine, our minimum to open an account is 500 livres. You can withdraw 200 from my account at La Banque Passionnette. I don't have that kind of money. Madame, what's this really about? He asks, propping his elbow up on the desk. You're obviously not actually interested in opening an account, but if you're looking to learn something about our clients, then you're sorely mistaken. Is that so? Place a small stack of coins on the table, and he quickly counts it up with his eye quietly sliding coins in his pocket. However, he doesn't move from his place behind the desk. Madame, I could easily lose my job or be arrested. Fine. You neatly place a second stack of coins on the table, and the young banker breaks into a smile. Monsieur, it appears that I have forgotten a very pressing engagement. I am sorry, madame, but I must depart for at least an hour, he says a little too loudly. So we only lost 60 on that. Before you can say anything else, he departs, leaving you alone in the bank. Alone with all the ledgers and records. Locking the front door to make sure that you're uninterrupted. You set up a pile of ledgers and start looking through them. You also manage to help yourself to a freshly boiled pot of tea in the back room. Years ago, your father's eyes started to have trouble focusing on small letters, so you had to help him with the accounting. Now it appears that all those late nights spent in his office squinting at barely legible expenses are about to pay off. Flipping through pages, you eventually found some entries for Marcel's account. She certainly appears to have the fortune no one would imagine for a woman of her station. But still you press on. From the look of it, the rumors that Marcella spent a fortune on her father's funeral were well founded. It must have been truly lavish affair. Not long after that, you get to when Marcel's father, Alphonse Defoe, was the account holder. It appears that he was the one who made the family's money, not Marcella. While that would make for a good jab at the party, it's not enough. A member of the aristocracy having a fortune they don't earn is normal. That's normal. You're looking deep into the past now at the entries that are over 30 years old. Suddenly, everything just stops making sense. Marcella's father was landless, dead broke, under a mountain of debt, and had been for years. He'd only got on by a loan from someone named Gertine de Vasseur, who also had a client at this bank. Then overnight, the Viscount had a respectable sum of money, and everything just started working for him. In 30 years, the Viscount made no attempt to pay back the loan to the Vasseur. In fact, the first thing he bought with his newfound money was, in November 12th, 1786, retirement expense, Climete de Claver. It looks like he had a lot less respect for the dead than Marcella. You can't imagine burying a dog for as little as Marcella's father spent to lay whoever this was to rest. Why bother moving someone to a different cemetery if you're going to do it so cheaply? You write down the name of the cemetery, just in case it's useful. A pauper's grave is now available to visit on Paris's map. Ghoulishly, for a moment, you wonder if the Viscount Alfonso Defoe killed Le Vasseur and took their money. But that wouldn't make sense. You can't just kill and rob someone for thousands of livres without someone noticing. Too noticeable. Besides, what kind of thief would pay to bury their victim? You look through the ledgers a little further, but can't seem to find anything else that's useful. All you have is that Marcella's family used to be destitute, but they had a sudden windfall. Well, that and the name of a cemetery with a pauper's grave. You put away the books, up the cloak of your hood and disappear through a side door. Marcella's weakness is so close that you can practically taste it. Okay. We're going out. Climete de Claver is a tiny cemetery on a hill in the Minuet district. It's so small that you had to ask for directions twice, as people seem to have forgotten that it even exists at all. Finally, you arrive at the cemetery and make your own way past a short stone wall and through the open gate. The air smells both musty and acidic. There's nobody here but you. Two lonely-looking trees and the dead. You don't really know what you're looking for. Not even the name of the dead man you've come to investigate. But you have a decent idea when they died. And there's less than 50 graves here. The search is slow at first. Most of the headstones have been worn down to the point of near illegibility, and many of them are over 100 years old. No possible connection. You're just about to give up when you nearly trip over something. It's a cheap sandstone plaque set into the ground and obscured by leaves. You brush the leaves aside and see a name. Alfonso Joseph Defoe. Born February 23rd, 1690. Died November 2nd, 1760. Interned here November 12th, 1768. So this is the real Alfonso Defoe. So the real Alfonso Joseph Defoe died, and the loan shark actually took his name. Hands shaking, you frantically take out a piece of paper and your traveler's pencil. Brushing the edge of the pencil back and forth, you take a rubbing of the burial plaque. This is it. This is what you've been searching for. It all makes sense now. Marcella's father didn't kill Viscount Alfonso Defoe. He became Viscount Alfonso Defoe. The old Viscount, the real Viscount, had been a destitute nobleman. He received loans from Marcella's father, Guillotine Le Vasseur. When the Viscount died, Marcella's father must have found out, impersonated him, and had the grave moved to the cemetery, far from any prying eyes. A few small bribes to silence the gravediggers, and nobody would be the wiser. That's why the Viscount never paid back his debts. Why repay yourself? Marcella's father isn't a real nobleman. He's just using the title of a dead man. With a noble title, it'd be easy to avoid taxes, secure loans, and do all the other things one would need to amass a fortune. If her father isn't a real member of the nobility, neither is Marcella. Her family's storied history, her fortune, it's all built on a lie. A lie that you know the truth of. And you have the proof right in front of you. You cover the grave marker again with dead leaves and carefully put away the rubbing you've made of the plaque. Now, it's time to find a way to face Marcella. Soon your revenge shall be complete. Alright, so we have until the 24th to get into that party. You wake up to find two things on your nightstand. A letter sealed in wax and a gaudy invitation printed on pink paper. Camille must have put them there while you slept. You decided to read the first. It's sealed with a rich purple wax seal bearing the initials HG. Must be from Madame Gazel. Opening it up, you catch the faintest scent of perfume and another missive from her written in the following cursive. Chère Yvette, I hope this letter finds you well and that you have made satisfying progress in your quest for vengeance. It seems that I have been subtly discreet. As the vile wench, Marcella has seen fit to invite me to her masquerade ball. Obviously, I have no intent of attending Marcella's party, even though a masquerade comes with the added benefit of never having to look at her face. Instead, I have included my invitation. While Marcella may have banished you from her estate, this invitation and mask should be sufficient for you to sneak in by pretending to be me. Well, thank you. Hopefully this shall make it easier for you to get revenge you obviously deserve. Beneficent. Honneur. You look down at the invitation on your nightstand and recognize it immediately as something Marcella would send out. It's the same shade of pink as her last ensemble you saw her in. Just then Camille enters your room. Good morning, madame. Where could I find a party mask? I believe Monsieur Armand left behind a few masks when he had departed. I'm sure one of them would be more than suitable. The masks themselves might be a little masculine, but perhaps that would make a fine contrast with your ensemble. Camille's not wrong. You could make that work. Besides, the main purpose of the mask would be to conceal your identity. It's settled then. You have an invitation, you have a mask, you have a birthday party that you just can't wait to ruin. Yep, alright, so we have her birthday party on the 24th. Okay. I don't have any new gossip, but we do have to get something new on the church. So we have to go see if there's anything new circulating on the church about. I'd like to get my peril down a bit before we go there. So... 5 to 5 credibility. We could get 5 to 15 peril out of that. Alright, let's give it a shot. Your exploration of the city extends later into the day, and you find yourself wandering relatively empty streets. Out of the corner of your eye, you spot a disreputable man. Step out of an alleyway, glance about, and walk away at a faster than normal speed. This normally wouldn't be a cause for concern, as you've seen plenty of the city's criminal classes on your walks. However, right before he passes you, you see him tuck a letter into his coat. A letter written on fine paper, sealed with the same colored wax used by Viscountess Marcella Defoe. Against your better judgment, you start following the suspicious man. You manage to stealthily shadow the man's twisting route, for nearly half an hour, when he suddenly whirls about toward you. Dwindling sunlight glints off a weapon in his hand. "Who the devil are you?" he spits. Your employer sent me to oversee this little job of yours. I'm the only person who can stop you from getting caught, you impudent fool. Me? Nobody in particular, just walking the same streets as you. Do you think I have enough credibility to pull this off? No, absolutely not. Hey, you really think I'm that stupid? Huh. What are you really doing? Following me like some sort of skulk? It's still a medium challenge. Just do your part and give me the letter before I'll give it a shot. You must understand, I'm the second stage for the letter delivery. Second stage? Nobody told me this delivery was going to have so many moving parts. He sighs angrily. This operation's going more slipshod by the day. I swear, after that business with the Baron de Marbo, everything's gone awry. Some days I feel like I'm the last man left with any common sense. With that, he pulls the letter from his coat and hands it to you. Then, without another word, he storms away. Seems to be muttering something about incompetence under his breath. I can't believe I passed that! With the letter in hand, you press your back against the wall and make sure that you're alone, while you learn something about your erstwhile nemesis. With a quick slice from a knife, you keep in your bag. You delve into the letter to see what purtfully Marcella's up to. In this letter, you manage to find that some damaging gossip. Extremely damaging, in fact. Ooh. Carefully reading the letter again, you also manage to gain some knowledge about the future plots. It should be a little easier to sidestep their machinations now. Okay. Tucking the letter into your stays, you quickly head home before anyone has the chance to ask questions about your curious behavior. Alright, cool. We've got some gossip to sell. Ooh, and something to respond to. Sure. Let's go sell some gossip. Ooh, yes, please. I need to get the peril down. We are very much in a lot of trouble. I want to take these 2 days before the party to rest. How's my wardrobe looking, by the way? Should probably turn this dress in for something new, right? This would be for the Revolution and Borghese. So I would need something to go for the Revolution and the Borghese. Nope. You don't have anything today. Okay, cool. Get some shocking gossip. That could be good. We could go dress shopping or get some shocking gossip. Let's go for some shocking gossip. It's 10 to 5 credibility, right? We have 10. I should be able to do that. Decide to spend the day wandering the Fountain Square. It's a warm day and plenty of people will be congregating there, which usually means it's a good place for finding information. Perhaps you'll be able to find something that Pierre would find valuable. You're surveying the area, and everyone here already looks like they have someone to talk to, which is concerning. Approaching a stranger is easy. Approaching a group of them by yourself is far more daunting. Curse the audacity of these strangers. How dare they have brains? You spot a man who's just taken a seat by himself at the table of a nearby cafe. He spread out a great sheet of paper and weighed down the corners with empty saucers. You approach him. He doesn't acknowledge you at first and appears totally lost in this document. From the looks of it, it's the kind of diagram or blueprint, but the exact details are lost on you. Oh, bonjour, madame, he says without looking up. His accent is foreign, but you're able to place it. It sounds Australian or Hungarian. Oh, I cannot do Australian, I don't think. My name's Christopher. Nope, I can't do Australian. If that's what you're gonna ask. What business is it that you have here? Well, I'm always looking to meet someone new and learn something new. I have no one else to talk to. Indulging in curiosity.
Huh.
Ah, you want to learn something from me, eh? Yeah, I'm going very Irish for him, he says with a half smile. He gestures to the chair across from him. Please take a seat. You do and settle in, finally feeling a little more comfortable in the situation. Yay, credibility up. Without taking his eyes off the document, he waves over a waitress and orders some coffee. When it arrives, you take a sip. It is coffee sweet, strong, and hot. And it's quite strong and invigorating. He's lost a level of exhaustion. I haven't, actually. It's still right there. Judging from your interest in the affairs of strangers, I imagine you also have a thirst for gossip, yes? While it is true, you're not sure if he had put if he had to put it quite so cynically. Oh, good. To that end, would you prefer to learn something interesting about the military or the revolution? I'm pretty sure my future husband is... I don't think he's aligned to either side, right? They said he wasn't really aligned to either side. Eeny, meeny, chilly, beanie. I don't really know which way to go. Let's see if we can pick this one. Guess we're going revolution.
Huh.
As I suspected. Here's what I've learned. He spends the next few minutes detailing some gossip concerning the revolution. It's certainly an interesting story, but something about the whole exchange feels rather untoward. Without the pretense of intrigue, it seems so heartless and mercantile. The two of you talk for a little while longer, but the conversation eventually winds down. He pauses to check his pocket watch and says, I'm sorry, but I must be headed to the Bastille. If I'm to study it, I'll need to do so before I lose sunlight. Au revoir, madame, he says before he packs up all the materials and drops some coins on the table for your respective refreshments. He departs and you decide to leave as well before it gets too dark. Alright, well, I mean, at least I got something to sell. You look up at the sound of Camille knocking on your door frame. Good morning, madame. The house rent is due today, as are my wages. Merci beaucoup, madame. Alright, let's go selling. Alright. Thank you. And then we are going to try an experiment and say, rest today. And then we are also going to rest here. And hopefully that will leave me well rested with +5 credibility. Now we have a party to go to. For the revolution. Thank you. I feel very well rested, which will give me a credibility up. My dress is fit for the party, which will give me another credibility up. I get my free gossip on the way in. We give our hostess gift, which will get us more credibility up and get us some peril down. Now, let's get some gossip going. Okay. This will just get us A libertarian gentleman has need of your skills in order to extract devastating plot to avenge a petty sight. Maybe? That'll get us cheap royal gossip. This could get us some stuff. A pair of guests harboring valuable rumors are afraid to speak them aloud for fear of being implicated in the process. Do you need anything more than that? Let's go. As you walk into the circle of the party, you find yourself disappointed by the mundanity of the conversations. You overhear who knew a hotbed of revolutionaries could be so dry. It's at the height of your boredom that you notice a pair of women withdrawing from the crowd to talk. One of them glances over her shoulders to make sure she isn't being followed, which is always a good sign. You're drawn to them, as if you had stumbled upon an oasis in the desert. You should go. Should you go first or should I? As fond as I am of my revolutionary colleagues, I've heard some unsettling things of late. I suppose I don't know who I can confide. Oh, I wish I could offer some comfort, but I'm in a similar situation, albeit amongst the Borgies. If anyone found out what I knew, their wrath would be swift. It seems that neither of us have an avenue for recourse then. You need to be a mistress of intrigues to see that you needn't be a mistress of intrigues, see that both of these people need someone to bear the contents of their hearts to. Normally, imploring such secrets would test your abilities, but this feels like the effort would be trivial. However, that doesn't mean their fears are unfounded anyway. Just learning these secrets is likely that you'll face some sort of reprisal from their revolution or bouillabaisse. Let's grab bouillabaisse this time. You follow the heiress. Alright, give me a quick second here. Yeah. You follow the heiress as she parts from her companion. It'll be much easier to do this if she's alone. After all. Alright, give me a quick second, I think. Just about. Alright. After all, you catch up with her just as she's about to go outside and get some help. Alright, give me a quick second. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Was expecting them to drop off the grass seed, was not expecting them to drop off the blueberry bushes. That surprised me. Last I saw the blueberry bushes, they were still in, like, Tennessee or something. Anyway. Have we met before? She asks as she notices you approach. Her smile is as a hastily assembled mask. Doesn't take long before she realizes that you're more than sympathetic to any woes she might have. Soon she's explaining the latest actions of the bouillabaisse that might have been tugging at her consciousness. You've gained a cheap piece of bouillabaisse gossip. Naturally, that doesn't mean you can evade the scrutiny that comes with prying into this particular case. You are sure that the consequences will come back to haunt you quickly. Oh! I didn't know Madame Geisel was part of the bouillabaisse. Okay. The conversation that follows is fascinating in its own way. Even with all that she's learned, she's still extremely passionate about the ideas of the bouillabaisse and has embraced them with all her heart. Eventually, you manage to find a fitting point for you to leave the conversation in all, a most fruitful endeavor. Alrighty. Probably should check my notes more. Could get $100 out of that, but could also lose 50. Not interested. See, they say we can get shocking or outrageous gossip here, but so far all I've been getting at the parties are cheap. Anything church related? Because we need to be on the lookout for church gossip right now. Doesn't look like it, no. Sure? You find yourself in the middle of a conversation with a woman deeply connected to the revolution, and someone called Pauline Lyon. Your conversation partner is fiery and tends to focus more on rhetoric than anything else, but it could be worse. She could be boring. It becomes clear that she considers nobody beyond reproach, which generally means that she enjoys excoriating them for their various perceived failings. The cheap rumors she's discussing at the moment are sure to concern goings-on of the revolution. Well, that's not true of all revolutionaries, interrupts a woman who has strode into the middle of your conversation. I'm not saying it is. I'm referring to a specific person. If you let this go on, you'll never hear the rest of that rumor. Well then, I think if you heard the rest of her story, it would become much clearer. I assure you that I'm both specific and egalitarian with my personal venom. That is most clearly not the case, the interloper hisses at both of you between her teeth. Alright, fine. Within only a few exchanges, their discussion has descended into petty bickering, and nothing of any consequence is accomplished. Alright, fine, whatevs. I've got some gossip to go sell. You know, I should actually rest because tomorrow's what's-her-name's party. The price of food has been steadily rising for the last few months as many farmers lost nearly their entire harvest in last summer's unreasonable hailstorms. This was followed by a drought and then most brutal winters. There are reports of starving people in the countryside, boiling bark to make gruel despite commoners abandoning their homes and fleeing the cities for relief. People are hungry. Members of the nobility, like Duc de Orleans, have raised money to feed the poor. But the problem is simply too vast for any individual act of charity to solve. Finance Minister Necker has spent over 50 million livres importing grain from the rest of Europe, but the famine persists. People are hungry and angry. Rumors circulate about the wealthy aristocrats with secret stores of grain, purposefully extending the famine in order to lower wages and improve their political power. Workers are demanding higher wages for their bourgeois employers, who remain intransigent. The people are hungry, angry, and they want to do something about it soon. I should probably get some rest because tomorrow's what's-her-name's party. This is our best option. You spend time waiting in line outside. It appears that Marcella has invited all of the great and good of Paris, the ones that met her particular standards at least. Your heart starts to race when you think about all the people in this line that may have witnessed your humiliation at that fateful party all those nights ago. You inhale deeply through your nose in an effort to calm yourself, and realize that the mask still faintly smells like almond. You check a tiny mirror you keep in your carriage to see that you're wearing your robe d'Alain Francis to a party being held by the crown. The guests have no strong feeling on your outfit, and your credibility has not changed much. You're thankfully well rested for this particular event, so you manage to feel invigorated and ready to take on whatever comes your way. Thank you. Still agitated by the guests around you, you listen carefully to their conversations for any sign that they might recognize you. While doing so, you manage to pick up an interesting rumor. You make mental note of it just in case. Alright. Inside, you see the doorman as before, who seems to be enjoying the opportunity to boss around anyone trying to enter the party. I'm just going to hand over the invitation. He looks over the invitation, making a great show of inspecting the authenticity. When he reads the name and the address, he looks up at you and down for a moment. Ah, Madame Geisel, barely recognized you in these uncharacteristically bright colors. You may enter, Madame. I'm just gonna nod to him. We're not gonna give her a gift. He otherwise ignores you as you pass by to enter the party. Vengeance is high tonight. Number one, I don't want him to recognize my voice. But like, I mean, I know I could use the boost, but I don't want him to recognize my voice. This is probably just a give me, so we might just do that. this one. You come across two people speaking in low voices to each other. Their entire persons give off an aura of both nervousness and excitement. It particularly reeks of secrets and draws you in like a moth to a flame. I would, of course, tell you more about what I know about the church, but the risk of being discovered is too great. We need church gossip. I need to sell church gossip, so we need this. I'm of the same mind regarding minors within the crown. What if my indiscretions were to become known? The damage to my reputation with that would be swift and severe. The man replies with an intense seriousness. I suppose that means neither of us can disclose what we've overheard. Blah, blah, blah. Follow the lady from the church. I get cheap gossip, but I lose favor with the church. Okay. Oh, I get 4 interactions. Oh, that's new. This is going to be a long party. Maybe because we're well rested, we get 4 interactions. Okay. Let's go. Noticing a particularly intriguing group of guests on the other side of the room, you begin to approach them. However, you're interrupted by an older man with a haughty air about him. Yvette Devon, I presume? He asked with an arched eyebrow. I observed you at several of these functions before, and I'm not certain that you understand what should be happening here. These are the persons of quality. They are the nobility and the rightful rulers of France, he says, returning to the gestures to some of them with his wine glasses. You shouldn't know who I am. But okay, we'll let it go as a slip of writing. Of course, you're not part of this group yet, no matter what your fortuitous marriage might promise. In the future, he says, eyeing your engagement ring. What exactly you feel about your... Surely you might see some more value in an outsider's perspective. Outsider's perspective might be exactly what we need in a time like this, he admits. So many voices are clamoring for our attention, and sometimes it feels damn near impossible to shift the worthy from the useless. Someone like yourself could be quite useful to us. Thank you. You manage to chat with him for a little while and actually find him to be a decent conversationalist. You notice that he's looser than most, probably rattled by the fact that you didn't back down when he challenged you. It's remarkably easy to pull some easy gossip from him. A short while later, he nervously excused himself. You presume he's found someone else to harass, whether or not he feels that they belong here. Alright, I get one more and then we're probably going to go into a confrontation. Is my assumption. Liberté, gentleman, has neither of your skills. I think Liberté might be the faction that my future husband is aligned with. I don't know. A woman stands fuming by herself and is just simmering with resentment, pious emotion. To whom? Okay. I should be able to clear this no problem. Across the room, you spot someone fuming by themselves. Her clothing is resplendent and generally above station seen at this party. And she carries herself with quiet dignity, yet nobody is talking to her. That alone makes her someone worth investigating. Bonsoir, madame, she says with mild inclination of her head towards you. Here to rub salt in my wound, I take it? Not particularly. In fact, I'm here to help. Huh. Well, that's sweet of you to say. I doubt it. You don't know what troubles me. Nor do I think you could possibly help. Sorry. To put it simply, Her Majesty the Queen, sent an intermediately. This servant politely requested that I remove myself from Versailles temporarily, which means that by the time my transgressions are forgotten, so will I be forgotten in turn. This means I will never be invited back to the palace, which is an absolute disaster. I have never been more furious in my life. Well, revenge is just one small secret away. Revenge, you say? One loose-lipped secret would dishonor me. My chances may be slim. But what you are asking would make it more impossible for me to return to society's good graces at all. Have you gone mad, or do you just not get it all? Alright, fine, whatevs. Alright, here we go. Prepare yourself for vengeance is close at hand. Your time for movement. You time your movements perfectly, walking in just as the other guests filter out and into the rest of the party itself. You and Marcella are alone. You close the door, ensuring that the two of you will have the privacy that you require. At the sound of the door closing, Marcella turns to look at you. Judging from her unsteadiness, she's had a little too much to drink. She squints curiously at you, obviously trying to figure out who you are under your mask. Do I know you? She asks, taking another long sip of wine. Well, you told me never to show my face here again, so I thought a mask was appropriate. Happy birthday, Marcella. You take off your mask and let it languidly slip from your hands as it falls to the floor. You! Give me one reason I shouldn't throw you out right now! Marcella, I am here to find a good friend of mine. Have you seen Guillotine de Vision? Because as long as I stay here, your secrets remain hidden. Don't worry, I'm here to deliver a present. I hope you like gravestones. At the mention of that name, Marcella's voice tightens like a vice. How dare you speak his name in my father's merchant was very good to this family. Yes, the Dufault lineage has always had some difficult financial times, but he helped us restore us to our rightful place. We're well known and we are respected. Never forget that the words of a noble woman like myself is worth far more than simple accusations from some abandoned commoner. All you have is words and an impotent anger. That's where you're wrong. Marcel looks at your evidence, at every single thing you've painstakingly gathered for days. With every page flip, her trepidation and her fear turns to anger, into rage. What do you want from me? She asked through gritted teeth. I'm here to drag your wretched skeletons into the light, to break you. I'm a simple common girl with simple needs. Pay me and your life stays simple too. Ooh. Do we ruin her or blackmail? I could ruin her. But we could also just blackmail her. I'm a ruin. To break me. To break me! That's the most laughably stupid thing I've ever heard. Marcella spits, her voice dripping with undisguised venom. She takes a long, messy drink from a wine glass, finishing it. She advances on you so quickly that you find yourself backed up against the double doors. You can smell the wine on her breath. Every word she speaks punctuated by the yelps and growls of her tiny dog. I don't just come from one great name. I come from two. My father, Gutien de Vezieux, was a brilliant mind of business who gave his family its wealth. The original Viscount de Faux, well, he gave us title. For years, my father loaned that broke. For years, my father loaned that broke, drunk Viscount the money he needed to fund this pathetic little debonks, and asked for nothing in return. When that worst Trussell died in a gutter somewhere, my father was the only person who knew he existed. It was only right to take his title. Marcella's nostrils flare as her anger builds, rising to a fever pitch. This is all starting to feel like a mistake. Until you feel your ankle brush up against the latch of the bottom of the door. Until you hear the crowded room full of party guests in the room on the other side. Her eyes close as she angrily lectures you. Only two things matter in this world: money and reputation. I have both. It doesn't matter what evidence you put down. I can make the truth whatever I want it to be, and all those people out there will lap it up just to be on my good side. I'm gonna open the door. With a quick flick of your foot on the floor latch, the door opens behind you and you spill into the other room, drawing the attention of a confused, silent crowd. All eyes focus on you just in time to hear Marcella shriek, I am Marcella de Vizieux! I am Marcella de Faux! I have everything, and you have nothing! The already quiet room falls deathly silent. Slowly, murmurs of confusion build. 100 confused voices build on each other until they form a dull roar. People press forward to question Marcella and obstruct her from your view. You find yourself being lifted to your feet. Suddenly, you're face to face with the same guests who helped you up. What's going on? What is the Viscountess Marcella talking about? Just like she said, she's no Viscountess at all. How could that be true? Why would she? The answer seems to dawn on them both. 1,000 strange little details, each ignored individually, suddenly coalescing into an undeniable picture, a picture that reveals a terrible truth. Wait a moment. You're Yvette Defoe, aren't you? One of the women suddenly asks. Yes, I am. I knew you seemed familiar, the woman exclaims excitedly. The other guest starts to turn in her direction to listen. Now it makes sense why Marcella would go to such great lengths to slander you. She tried to drive you away because you were too close to the truth. Bingo! Oh, and I got rid of all my peril at once. Oh, that's so perfect. You've gained a staggering amount of credibility and lost a staggering amount of peril. In the order of events, there's a little... The order of events, yeah. There's a little backwards, but you'll take it. Madame, you've done the crown a great service by exposing this impostor. We're in your debt. You've gained a staggering amount of favor with Elizabeth. Huh. As for Marcella, they both say in union. Marcella is ruined. The next few moments are a chaotic blur as you're led through Marcella's estate by the crowd. Cheers go up whenever you're seen, and toasts are made. Someone even throws you a rose. You get the feeling as if a spell has been broken. How many of these people were Marcella's friends but a moment ago? Did they always secretly hate her? Or did their opinions really change this quickly? Oh no, they hated her! Oh no, they hated her! Marcella is a monster and got what she deserved. But is justice what they actually care about? How quickly would these people so swept up in celebration be willing to turn on you someday? Oh, very easily. It's a disquieting thought, and one that almost ruins your good spirits. Almost. You drink deep from the chalice of victory that night. You also drink deep from several actual chalices. As you are led to your carriage, your revenge is complete, your victory absolute. You are the talk of the town. Outside, a variety of eager hands help you into your carriage. With a wave to an adoring crowd, your coachman takes off and you disappear into the night. Already a minor legend in your own right. The mysterious countrywoman who broke a viscountess. Thank you. Oh, we've got more parties to attend. Oh, buddy. That gives me back-to-back parties, which leaves me only one day to sell everything and one day to rest before I have another. I won't even be able to rest, honestly, at this point. I'll have one day to sell well, no, I'll have to sell everything and rest, and then we'll have to... Okay. Oh boy, we've got more parties to attend. We are going to party for the military. this dress. I know it's like an 80, but it's a 13 to the military, so. We're not well rested or anything, but, you know, good enough.
Huh.
Get our free gossip. Let's gift our gift to the military. Whew. All right. Now we have 2 turns remaining. So we can talk to these guys. We can go here. This is going to be an either-or situation. This is going to be an either-or situation. She's not going to be an either-or situation, and we should have more than enough credibility to get her to start talking. As you stroll through the space between the tents, taking in the sun, you see a woman sitting alone and angrily sighing to herself. You decide to approach her after she shifts listlessly in her seat for the 5th time. Dear merci, I was starting to think I'd become invisible, she says to herself when she notices you. Sacre bleu, you're Yvette Defoe, aren't you? She gasps as she looks you in the eye for the first time. It's almost unnerving how recognizable you become. Well, at least you understand how it feels to be out of place. She sighs, this time less unhappy. My husband is a soldier who recently transferred to Paris. I followed him, of course, but now it means I'm in the city, where I don't know anyone. I've met the other military wives, but they already know each other, and my every attempt at pleasantries is rebuffed. She looks down at the table and starts to shake. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of parties where everyone only wants to talk about the army. I'm sick of haughty women who find every excuse to disregard me. I'm sick of other women acting like they're better than me because their husband outranks my husband. Nobody ever listens to me, but I sure listen to them, she says, rolling her eyes. What exactly do you hear when they're ignoring you? Oh, so many things. For example, did you know that with building excitement, she tells you of the latest ongoings and misbehavings that have been bubbling up within the military ranks? Ugh. And honestly, it gets so much worse than that. Oh, please, tell me more. Before we continue, Yvette, I just want you to know. I just want to know that I know you're using me. Oh, am I?
Uh-huh.
However, I simply don't get at this point what you think. What you do. What do you think of this? Shocking military gossip. Well, I must say, it's been a pleasure. I must be going, she says with a nod in your direction. Bon chance, Yvette. Well, okay, I lost some credibility, but like, she didn't care. She's tired of it. She don't care. Alright, this is gonna be... Oh, Dragoon, not Dragon. Dragoon. Corporal. Seems to have heard something that's bothering him. This is just cheap military gossip. Alright, let's try this guy. Alright. Breaking away from the crowds, you find yourself in a conversation with Corporal de Avenge. I mean, unlike most of our unit, I grew up in Paris. My father's a farrier, which is the only reason I even know how to ride a horse. I've been around this stubborn beast since I could walk. One even gave me my first scar, he says, pointing to a thin line at the top of his forehead. Of course, it's not always the case. A few months ago, we had someone join up who actually lied about knowing how to ride. Apparently the fool thought he could earn better pay. Instead, all it got him was a broken shoulder when his horse bucked him off. I wonder whatever came of him. Doesn't really matter, I suppose, he says with a shrug. Other than usual complaints and frivolities. Our barracks are alight with mutterings and people worried about how dangerous the revolution is becoming. It's funny, they're all so loyal to the crown considering the rumors I've heard lately. Begging your pardon, madam. I shouldn't be discussing that sort of thing. Oh, it's fine, Corporal. Oh, well, you see, it's none of your concern! Alright, fine. See you later. I don't think I have anything for today.
Huh.
Thank you. No, I have a party today with the crown. Alright, get my free gossip. And let's talk about, we have two things we can do here. I guess we'll go for a brief skulk. Because I'm not much for a wager. Walking around the party by yourself, you notice a room with a stately desk appears to have been left open and unattended. The desk itself is scattered with important-looking papers. Papers on that desk might lead to some valuable gossip. I should look for some unattended valuables. Close the door behind you and make sure that you can go about your work unobserved. But you're still keenly aware of how it might look if you're caught doing this. You quickly sift through the papers on the desk, looking for anything that might provide you with a valuable rumor that you could sell to Pierre. Your eyes settle on a half-finished letter to the hosts of the Confidence. Amidst the usual pleasantries, you read some quite useful military gossip. Nope, leave. Just as you finish closing the door behind you, one of the chambermaids rounds the corner, eyes you suspiciously. Instead of staying to come up with some outrageous excuse for something, they never actually saw you do. You simply leave her behind. Soon you're back among your party proper. Okay. I wonder if, like, I'm full up on the amount of rumors that I can have for one chance. So, alright. I'm already high enough on peril. You happen across a man with an arrogant air about him. I might have to mute up real quick and go grab something else. Talking to a woman. Well, it would be more accurate to say he's talking at her. For her part. Give me a second. I gotta check something. Good news, it is not another surprise delivery. Okay. You happen across a man with an arrogant air about him talking to a woman. Well, it would be more accurate to say that he's talking at her. For her part, the woman appears to be doing her best to remain civil. And just draw in her sketchbook. And furthermore, it must have been obvious to you that your work peaked at the 1783 salon. Why else would all of your portraits of women look the same after that? Taking a moment to acknowledge you with a nod, the painter returns to her conversation. Her reply is a calm, almost bored. My clients dress however they wish for their portraits. My role is merely to capture them as they are in their lives. Is it wrong that so many women wish to look like Her Majesty? Realizing the ground he's treading on, the critic's reply is suddenly delicate. There's nothing wrong with an admiration for the Queen. However, that's not the point. The point is that you've reached your ceiling. Because you stopped. The point is that you reached your ceiling because you stopped focusing on your own merits. Instead, you chose to attach yourself to. I'm sure this is really interesting to someone, but I'm done now. Madame Lebrun replied, closing her sketchbook. She looks to you. Madame, would you like to talk somewhere else? I'd love to. The critic sputters indignantly. What? You can't just walk away from a critique of your work? You're not my teacher, and this isn't a critique, because I didn't want one. But... The critic narrows his eyes and hisses at Lebrun. This self-importance of yours can't last forever. With that, he storms off in a petulant huff, finally leaving the two of you at peace. After a few moments of silence, she turns to you. Who are you, anyway? My name is Yvette Delacour. Soon to be Baroness Marbeau. Congratulations, she said placidly. May your engagement be untroubled and carefree. If only she knew. So, what brings you here? My fiancé is missing and I'm here to find him. Oh, that's a shame, she replies with a dissatisfied shake of her head. If I hear anything, I'll be sure to pass it along. I must warn you, I'm intentionally insolent myself from politics. She sighs and glances around the room, full of aristocrats and courtiers. Getting caught up in intrigues makes my work difficult. You chat a while longer, but find that you run out of common conversation, and points a little quickly. Still, it's pleasant for a while. So I lost favor and then gained favor immediately. Okay. I'm sorry, but I must go. There's some other business I need to attend to, she says, inclining her head towards the crowds of people scattered elsewhere. Perhaps I'll see you again soon. Perhaps, she replies with a thin smile. With that, she departs, disappearing into the crowd. Okay. Thank you. A week ago, a wallpaper manufacturer named Jean-Baptiste Ravel made a speech demanding bread prices to be lowered to something workers could afford. Fair enough. However, his speech was misinterpreted as a plan to control the wages of workers. Last night, a protest at his factory resolved peacefully. Today, however, was different. Yesterday's crowds, over 3,000 strong, returned today as mobs began to smash Raval's factory. The watchmen of the Galerie Royale were mobilized to contain the crowds, suddenly reinforced by the Queen's dragoons, who were in the area for a training exercise. Power of one of the factions has just changed, okay. The Bouillonnaise has lost some power. The sudden presence of the military was disquieting one. It's one thing to face the watchmen one sees every day on the street, but it's another to see mounted soldiers with rifles and sabers. One exists to keep the established order, the other exists to kill. Fear began to escalate through the crowd. Fear led to violence. A brick was thrown, a rifle fired. Nobody knows which happened first. But for a brief moment, the floodgates of violence were opened, and blood flowed in the streets around a simple wallpaper factory. In the midst of this madness, a common soldier broke ranks, riding to the center of the conflict, waving his hat, imploring everyone to put down their weapons and come to their senses. The unbelievable sight was enough to stun those who saw it, to make them reconsider their actions. He was struck down by a bullet fired by one of his own comrades. An accident. His name was Corporal Thomas Alexandre Dumas, and he will be remembered as a hero. His death led to an abrupt ceasefire, and is credited with greatly diminishing the amount of casualties that day. This has led to a sudden swelling of support for the members of the soldiering class from all corners of society. His funeral was one of the most widely attended in recent histories, with the démos from both the Crown and the Revolution claiming Thomas Alexandre as a martyr to their cause. The military establishment has chosen to remain silent on the matter. The silence, in fact, has been deeply concerning for members of the aristocracy, who are worried that the common soldiers will be less likely to bear arms against fellow citizens. Still, despite this, the soldiers of the Gardes Françaises have volunteered to patrol the streets until a measure of peace is restored. This has been greeted with a wary absence by the public. Oh. The military moved its alliance towards the revolution by a decent amount. And so, with the loss of the voice pleading for peace, Paris has started to burn. I didn't get to sell my stuff though. You wake up from a fitful sleep, but spend around an hour rolling around in bed instead of actually getting up. Given how dangerous the situation outside has become, you haven't left the house in several days. The lost sleep makes perfect sense, of course. After last week's events, it's hard to imagine resting easily at all. Your mind keeps coming back to larger events of last week. How a mob of peasants simply overran the holdings of one of the wealthiest and most powerful men in France. There was nothing special about those people, and yet they so easily defied the laws of His Majesty the King. It begins to it brings the mind it brings to mind the idea that we call power is a parted dance between the ruler and the ruled. To those watching the dance, it feels like small pushes and pulls of the ruler present absolute control, but that's only because both partners know their roles so well. That's the power of good theater. It can make imaginary things seem more true than reality. However, the truth is that a single misstep by either partner could cause the entire dance to break down. A single misstep can cause the ruled to remember that they aren't actually powerless at all. As the people remember how much power they truly possess, Paris will become more and more dangerous. Your actions may now have more powerful consequences, for good or ill. The world has become less forgiving. The next stages of more certain romantic stories are now unlocked. Okay. You are roused from these thoughts by the sound of Camille knocking on your door. Madame, I just got this letter for you, she announces as she enters your chambers, holding up the message. Earlier this morning, I saw a man leave it on our doorstep, but he disappeared before I could get a good look at him. You take the unsealed letter and open it immediately. You note that while the handwriting is both careful and curiously precise, you don't recognize it at all. Madame de la Rue, you don't know me, but I follow La Trompette des Pupils with interest, and I know that you're connected to some of its finest stories. However, I also have reason to believe that I will be quite useful to some of your more clandestine interests, and will be waiting at Le Palais Royal if you would like to discuss this further. Why does Le Palais Royal sound familiar? You shuffle through your papers until you locate your map. Someone once told you that it was a good place to trawl for gossip. Le Palais Royal is now available on your map. Yeah. A skilled master of letters. Well, this is certainly unconventional, but if you wanted to meet this man in Le Palais, you could do that today. Okay. We're not going today. We're just exploring Paris. I do have gossip to sell, but I want to see what this guy's got to sell. Crossing into Paris, you're struck by the beauty of the buildings around you. Some of the oldest structures in the city are here, surrounded by the homes of the wealthy aristocrats. The entrances of these elegant homes are blocked by garishly dressed doormen, who honestly look more bored than imposing. Growing up, you read incessantly about Paris, devouring any book or map you could find. Yet for some reason, you can't remember what makes this area special, beyond nice homes and some buildings built in the 1300s. And then you see it. The Palais Royal, the favored special spot for all the aristocrats in the city. The hub for all gossip and special news. I'm gonna have to end stream here in a minute. After this day, I'm gonna have to end stream. Slander and scandal. If there was ever a telling secret or a scandalous rumor, this was the place to find it. Sure. Stepping back underneath a shady awning, you take some time to really take it all in. Everyone here is either well dressed or dressed so casually that it only draws attention to how powerful they must be. After all, only the truly powerful can afford to downplay their importance. It all feels so tense. Aristocrats and courtiers merely flit from conversation to conversation with a practiced ease, but you can never lose the feeling that nobody has really let their guard down. Everything they do is a kind of public performance, reinforcing an image they're trying to create. You've come to understand that every time you visit La Palace Royale, you'll be awarded a piece of gossip from a random faction. It will always be cheap gossip, but at least it's guaranteed reward. After you feel a little more comfortable with how things work here, you stroll about the square, staying on the absolute edge of conversations. You pretend to be a traveler admiring apartments and gardens. After an hour or so, you manage to overhear something useful. Pierre will likely be very interested in this. So I got cheap revolution gossip. You know that this is the very place the mysterious skilled master of letters suggested that you meet. However, you don't seem to see him. Perhaps you'll find him the next time you visit, now that you're more familiar with the area. Alright. So I get to go home? Okay. We're gonna have to just save here and call it a day, because I am not gonna be able to do this anymore. Okay. Alright, so I am gonna go ahead and call it here for today. I've got to get going. I've got some stuff I've got to do today. I will be back tomorrow. I am live every Wednesday to Sunday, usually somewhere between 10 a.m. or 1 p.m.-ish Eastern or New York time, whichever is easiest for y'all to Google. I hope to see y'all then. We will be continuing Ambition, Minuet in Power. I guess. Sure, why not? We'll continue it, and we'll see where it goes. Anyway, I hope to see y'all then. Until then, have a great day. Bye, everyone!